know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. grace, I know, but I can never mention name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. I know, but I can never mention name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. show me just a little bit of honesty. I'd hope I got a heart that I can salvage, but it's getting harder now to recall. I know well what let out both dry. You could have anything you wanted, anything you wanted, it all for your fool's gold. And I know well why, deaf and half blind. You could get anything you wanted, yeah, I would have handed it all over, falling for you. Only to fall for you, for you, for you. Came in and you're looking like a sign of grace. I know, but I can never mention name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul.
Welcome everyone back to what will be another PUBG mobile tournament here at the Lady Legends weekend. My name is Highland Wolf, and if you're just tuning in for the evening, sit down, get relaxed, because it's going to be 5 games with me. We're going to have a great time. We're going to chill. We're going to watch some epic PUBG action from some of the best female players around, and quite frankly, I'm excited coming into this tournament, because if you didn't see last winter, we had the PMEWL mid-season showdown, and we ended up having some absolutely amazing players, some absolutely epic plays, and a lot of those players are back here for this tournament. So you've got the likes of Galatasaray, you've got the likes of Mad Bulls here, you've got some big names coming up. So I'm really excited to be able to show you guys all of these 3 days of tournaments. I'll be your host and your commentator here for the next 3 days to join you guys along with the ride. And as we said, we have 15 games, 5 games a day, 3 days all weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, same time here. And 1,000, of course, dollars, keep in mind, of the prize pool here for these ladies to compete for, and that will be $450 going to that top team in the finals on the Sunday. And keep in mind as well, $50 going for the MVP too. And as we obviously get prepared for our first game, I want to settle this down a bit and start to tell a little bit of a story. We can paint a picture here, if we like, of some of these players, some of these teams coming in today. I did end up doing a little bit of research, little bit of diving into what these players were thinking. And obviously we have Galatasaray here as our defending PMEWL mid-season showdown champions. We also have what is here, Fudabar from now Titan Gaming, who we will explain a little bit more about soon, because as we can see, it's not just Titan Gaming here, it's a lot of these other teams, these players. As we mentioned, Galatasaray, the squad, the same players coming in from the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Major Pride is also going to be here, De Muerte before you. We've got some familiars here. I think also, if you are, keep in mind it's going to be quite a chill stream tonight for our first qualifiers out of 2. If you want to say hello in the chat, I am reading the chat as well. I will get to you guys in 5 minutes time, because there is a 5 minutes delay on the stream. But we already had the side of Korajeks hoping to go for Galatasaray. So we've already got 1 fan so far in the chat. We got Lady Warrior as well. Another fan there for them too. So if you do have a team, a favorite squad that you want to have success or be successful here this weekend, should I say, and be able to win, send them a little message. Send them a vote of support in the chat, and I will read it out for you guys in 5 minutes time. We're moving on now, of course, to some of our other teams, as we mentioned, Fidabar here, and Akolka coming from what was the side of Lakers Warriors in PMEWL, you may remember, alongside now 2 new players, Anouk and Kate on Titan Gaming. Varsay Esports as well, another newer contender here. I do believe, though, we did have some of these players. Phaser Grau, ringing a bell here from the PMEWL. And O10 Esports, Revenge as well. Some of the newer squads, new names to compete and see if they can also take home a share of that prize pool. A possible champion title on the line for some of these players. They've got a crown out already. O10, you can see it. Beautiful gems in that crown. Got to see if they can live up to that royal success. I also want to hear from you guys at home, if you are in the chat. What are you thinking in terms of your favorite maps? Are there any players you're looking forward to? Let us know what you're looking forward to most. Personally, I'm a big fan of the Sanhok. That's going to be coming up later, so we will have to keep an eye out on that one. We have Silently, Slime Machine, no. Mirror, Far North. Some more different teams coming in. Some new names, some new challenges. Slime Machine, quite a staple name, I would say, by now in terms of the PUBG mobile team. We've seen them around. This will be their female squad here to try take home the crown. All of these teams trying to compete, of course, in this first qualifier. If you are just joining us, we are in qualifier A. Just settling down in for the first of these 5 games tonight. S2 female, Kimura ladies, Vanderwings, Not Noobs Eternity. They are also going to be our final 4 teams to wrap up this final group here, should we say, of teams coming in for tonight. We have hinted, of course, at 5 games. And we are going to be starting off with Erangel later on, as you can see on the map schedule. Miramar and Sanhok will be later on. And then we're going to go back over to Miramar and Erangel afterwards as well. Looking, of course, at that Sanhok side. I mean, personally, I'm a big fan of Sanhok. Always have loved it. Love some of the plays that can be done. You can see even in there what is going to be at Paradise Resort area. Love a good bit of Paradise Resort. If you've got a favourite location as well, let us know. Of course, we are quite a chill stream here tonight, as we just cover the first of the qualifying nights. Qualifying Group B tomorrow. If you are wondering where some of your top teams, where your favourite players have been, for example, Mad Bulls, maybe one of them, they are in Group B. So you will have to wait until tomorrow night to watch some of the rest of our competitors and our squads filing up for that championship role this weekend. But we do have, as we said, some big teams, and unlike some of the other teams that we saw on PMEWL. We've got some more contenders, we've got some new faces as well. So I'm really excited actually to see tonight what these teams can bring. I'm hoping we're going to see some challenges because, of course, we knew from the last tournament here in PMEWL what some of these teams could be capable of. And I know that when we're looking at some of the elimination potential, some of the aggression, Galatasaray, one of those top teams that we're going to be looking at tonight to really be the favourites, I would say, to go through, the champions of PMEWL. They are the defenders of the crown, if you like, coming into this tournament this weekend. We also have, as I mentioned earlier, Futaba from Titan Gaming. Now, I did get a little bit of a word in from them, so I can actually say that, of course, Futaba now coming into the captain role. She was saying that actually she's a bit nervous. She does have goals to achieve, though, for her team. And they, as we mentioned, coming in with Kate. They've got a couple changes here now for their new roster in the Lady Legends Showdown. And also, when you look back towards some of their successes, it did come from Erangel, which is what their favourite map is going to be. So I'm really excited to see those players come together and see what they can do in a new team and see if they can have that same success and even more success than they had in PMEWL. Get into those top 3 spots, those top 4 spots, see them on the top. But of course, we are rooting for here on the cast desk for every one of our teams. I just want to see personally some great action tonight. I want to see these teams be able to go at it and give us the best quality PUBG mobile that we can see out of these players. We have got a couple more players in to chat us here in a live stream. We got Matitsu there in the live stream. Hello and good evening. We also have Goga here as well and Kerasari. So they are going to be rooting for some of our players in our teams. We're hoping, I think, to see maybe a little bit of aggression, some fighting, as we said, in towards Galatasaray. There are some top teams that could be ones that you're looking at to contest against them. Not only Titan Gaming, but Slime Machine, also one of those staple teams. We know that they have a track record in PUBG Mobile, and also Demuerte, another one of those top teams that, of course, we are looking at in their female roster to see if they can also compete at that top position. I am thinking, if you are, of course, in chat, a reminder, if you are just joining us, to shout out to your favourite team. We can give them a little bit of a shout out here from the chat onto the stream. Say hello and give a good evening to everyone. Of course, keep in mind as well, we are going to be moving forward with Erangel first for tonight too. Now, I want to also chill a bit here because while we are on our own, I just wanted to mention, because we got the new studio set up. I've got to get up here. If you are wondering, we do have a little badge here, and if you're wondering, I saw some people questioning it. I think I can get it there. We've got I hope the camera will work. We've got a little bit of a doggo. There we go. We've got a Shiba Energy is what we've got going today. We've decided to bring along the Shiba Energy. I don't know what your folks' favorite dog breed is. Personally, I do actually. I'm a bit of a trader, to be honest, because I do like a German Shepherd. German Shepherds are my favorite. Do like a Shiba though, and when you've got a cute badge like this, that's all you need to put it. You got the cute energy now. We're going to bring the cute energy tonight, I think, for Group A. We'll see if they can hopefully bring in some more power, some cute success for these players. We're also, of course, just waiting for our first game here. And if you are just joining us, we do have, of course, the 5 games. Keep in mind, we are just waiting for Erangel to drop down. We have Sanhok. We have the side of Miramar as well, 2 games in between. And these players are competing, of course, for the $1,000 prize pool, $1,000. 450 going to that first place. 250 for second, 150 for third, 100 for fourth, $50 for MVP. So this is what they're competing for. But keep in mind, we do have this qualifying Group B tomorrow. It's only the finals teams that will be earning parts of that prize pool. A bunch of UC as well available for those teams below in that fourth position who are also going to be competing inside the finals. So we've got to see whoever can get there. It will only be, of course, the top 8 out of both groups who will be our top 16 in the finals. So it is quite a cutoff if you think about it when it comes to the 5 games that we have. Only 5 games. These players got to be at the top of every single match, I would argue, because you know how one game, 30 pointers, you get a bunch of eliminations, you get that chicken dinner, you can really spiral yourself up in terms of the leaderboard and hopefully be able to make it into that top 8. So it really will come down to that final game. Now, I want to also know as well, I'm just going to have a look at the chat as well here while we wait for our first game, what you guys are thinking. So we have also a bit more of Matitsu. They're saying these teams are fire. They are fire, Matitsu. And we are getting into our first game. And we get to see exactly what type of fire they're going to bring. I'm hoping it's some good fire. Fire, debatably bad. Bit dangerous. But for tonight, it can be good. It can be strong. We can look for these teams and what they're going to bring. And as we jump in, we're going to have our first plane. That is one cute bear couple. Love it. We're bringing in the cute vibes from the cute Shiba badge all the way into the cute bear plane. This is exactly what we want. The pink helicopters. Let's get it going. Like a pick of pink to start off tonight. Going to be straight down the center, this plane path, as we go all the way down from the north to Sanhok military base. Going to be these teams dropping down. Of course, if you aren't familiar with them, these are our teams fighting in Group A tonight. We're going to see all 16 of them compete. Only 8 will go through to the finals at the end of our 5 games today. We got to also see where these teams are going to start to fight around each other. Now, if we look back towards PMEWL, there were a lot of these teams competing towards our northern side. We had a bit of an annoying congregation of teams in that previous tournament. And I'm hoping we get to see a bit more of these teams fight around more the center portion of Erangel. A lot of different locations. Of course, Farm Bear is also going to be taken up by the side of a couple of these teams here as well. Titan Gaming, though, no surprise to see, I think, the side of Fudabar, and I didn't want to mention it, but we do get to see it, them face around Sanhok Island. You can see also Vinyl Wings on our screen under a bit of fire up towards the northern side as they will be fighting against several of these other teams. Lions as well are going to be one of them, having them pinned for now inside the buildings. And this is a bit of a problem we saw in some of our games in the last tournament, where teams would get a bit too congested and they would start to fight too much in the early game and they get slowed down. So O10 Esports got to be careful about how they handle this and make sure that they clean this up fast if they are going to be the ones aggressing onto Violent Wings here, who are the ones under the pressure and stuck together. At least they got the numbers though for now, and this flank as well coming through from the side of Violent Wings. Going to be really crucial to keep that flanking player alive. Verinder, really that player has got to also keep on the backside, keep this information. Do not want O10 crossing over. We can also see Major Pride have even also lost one of, or had one of their members knocked, should we say here. Will be Taj Revenge, getting 1 elimination as well. We haven't seen it yet, but a first blood has been scored. And now, more players falling down as we can see. Taj will also lose 1 there. Will be silently picking up one of those eliminations for themselves. And also joining the start of the leaderboard, getting their first point inside of the tournament. Taj getting to jump down onto them here up towards the side of the George Pole, towards the south depot area and the warehouses. Currently looting up, have a bit more of a split around, so it did just look like they had a 1v1 skirmish and they lost a player on the side. Unfortunate, it happens. slightly too far out. Players also keep in mind, we're not aware of each other where they want to drop and what teams will drop where. Because this is only our first game, so this could change up, keep in mind, coming into our final game of Erangel later tonight. If they will want to change their position, if they feel a bit too contested. I have a feeling that so might be a little bit too contested here. Go up to the north as we're back onto Island Wings. Verenda. Just waiting for now, and O10 lines still not moving in their position. Just going to smoke out the windows here. Always a smart thing to do if you, of course, haven't realized some of the basic things you can do is just smoking out these windows here inside. Stops the ability to see through the vision and also helps just to block away some of the vision of where the windows are to stop utilities like nades or obviously from long range snipes from coming through onto you. Just a simple little thing that you can use, especially that we might see hopefully in the middle portion of the game. Get to see some more of that smoke use, that utility to in potentially a close quarter combat fight. Block out some of those windows, stop the nades from being thrown so easily in, and give them some more space. Helps also with Molotovs, particularly as well. Just a little tip there, as we are gonna go back to the chats. We've not got anyone here. If you do, of course, want to send in your favorite team, again, just send forward a little message. We can read it out to you in the chat about what team you're rooting for, what players are you looking out for, who are going to be at the top. We do have some of the bigger names. One of them, Simmer as well. Definitely one of the ones that we got to look out for, who was inside of the top 5 top eliminators in the finals in the PMEWL in our last tournament. So do have to watch and see what they can do. There's some big eliminators here in tonight. Keeping quiet for now though inside the first phase, the first game. Just warming ourselves up, getting prepared in for a long night here for these ladies. Gonna keep it chill, of course. Keep in mind some of these players still to escape from Severny. Do you like that O10? They're thinking about this flank, and I like that they have sent these 3 players down towards the southern end. You've got still Seren, crucial here on this rooftop, giving the information away, but actually what they've done is judging around this zone is likely to go back towards more the southern side and cutting off the escape here of some of the enemies is going to be the realistically the best thing that they can do to just slow them down. Violent Wings really going to struggle here to get out of Severny as easily now. They would have to instead rotate through that back right section of Severny and go all around Stalber. Could be a longer route for them and utilize that mountain to have a bit more coverage for themselves against the side of Rotan Esports. Titan Gaming as well, just settling around some of the features that came in for Erangel 2.0, these more woodland features just above the southern coastal line. They have moved more quickly into the main portion of Erangel here. Not hoping to fight too much on side of the Sanhok military base, which is something I was curious about. I thought, from what I heard about their team, they would be more interested in fighting. They'd be more interested in competing against teams who are down also in Sanhok. Winning out in that southern portion of the map, but it is that more northern rotation. It has ended up causing them to make that quicker move up into the main portion of Erangel, and I like that wariness, not being too hesitant, not being too slow to get a good position and have that stable spot just above the bridge. Unfortunately, Violent Wings are going to lose one here. O10 Esports is going to finally charge into the building. Delina is going to grab one. That will be Nils grabbing down Lone Wolf as well. And there goes the second. Bagheera will be knocked as well. And Delina should be able to clean this one up here with the rest of their team. Violent Wings wounded here, stepping back. Fanta, Verdina, the only 2 remaining players. They're going back to the shoreline. Tennis Sports haven't quite found them yet, but they will finish off Bagheera They're trying to find the shots onto the buggy. They've caught another, and that will be a third Fanta falling down. It's only going to be Verinda, who barely survives. Will get away, but only for how long, as they might just walk straight into S2 female. Has realized there is another team on this northern side, and Violent Wings really down to a dire situation in this first game. Verinda gonna have to stop off towards more of those military bases inside of the north area of Erangel, and that's not really where you want to be. A lot of hillsides around, and being stuck inside that base could provide cover. It is also gonna only be so limiting if the zone falls away from them later, so we'll have to see if Verinda can keep their team alive. The points, crucially, placement points still a factor here, but you have to have very high placement to be able to pick up some of these placement points with the changes, of course, to them. Hikori also going to be tightening out the grip onto Filibert, trying to separate them here. Is Hikori finding themselves and the rest here of Far North in a little bit of a pickle, caught between the 2-2 split of Titan, and they have come in for the aggression, and that will be them finding Hikori. Unfortunately, just couldn't keep Filibert away, and that will be the captain of the team taking down another 1 point for themselves to get them on the board. That'll be the second of the eliminations that they've been able to gather so far. Unfortunately here for Far North, down to only a duo. Another hard first game for them. Keep in mind these placement points as well going to be really important for these teams, because as we say, there is only 5 games. Every point will matter, and if they do lose out on their players early on, they're going to struggle to get these maybe elimination points. Slime Machine also struggling, as they will lose one of to Barce here. They can get those placement points, as we say. Positions do matter. 10 points, of course, going for that chicken dinner spot. Still 6, 5, 4 points for a second, third, fourth. 3, 2, 1 for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, getting that 1 point each respectively. 9 to 16th though, no points. So it is, of course, a tighter placement point distribution here for these teams. They're going to have to be even tighter here towards the center, as we can see that zone has shifted actually towards that second phase now, and it is going to be a tight one in between the northern side of Georgepol. You've got Mount Everest. You have the southern side of those hills as well. That main portion, that main line, though, inside the zone, you've got the side of Roshok there, but Ruins, you don't really want to be there entering into that location. A lot of that southern area, Gatka Fields, really, you don't want to be stuck there either, and forcing a lot of these players maybe towards more of this center portion. Fighting out Roshok could be a core position for these teams, being a slightly more centralized into this zone for this first game. Ruins does offer some hilltop advantage. Suspecting maybe a team or two to look about Mount Everest for this information as well. You've got these mountains, of course, keep in mind, in the middle, because the Titan Gaming are trying to control some of them, and they do offer some protection as well, of course, from those teams on the other side of the zone, as well as that higher ground information. Something these teams are going to be looking at if they can get a purchase on these higher ground spots earlier on, allows the ability to spot these teams moving in before they are settled, before they have a spot for themselves. And you can see here, the side of before you, taking advantage here on Slice, are also doing the same here towards their own enemies. Is they're going to take up their own high ground position. Only down, unfortunately, to the 2 players, however, Alicio and Kimetsu. Alicio, rough one for them, and Kimetsu as well. We know that they are good players. We've seen what they can be capable of inside of the previous PMEWL mid-season showdown, but they only had 2 players. It's always going to be a struggle to fight versus these full squads still alive. 4, 5, 6 squads still here inside of the game. still fairly healthy. More still, who seem to be damaged ever so slightly, but do have still themselves a full squad to them. So I'm just keeping an eye on here beside of Cameo. Kimura ladies. Going to be just positioning yourselves on the bottom of that hillside, back towards, of course, O10 Esports and Major Prize here. Another one of these top squads. Going to be looking at the Of course, the favourites, I think, of this group, definitely going to be the Galatasaray, Major Pride, Demoerte, the three teams that you really are expecting to go through these 5 games and be able to be seen in the finals. The other ones with the big names, the big reputations from the previous tournaments. S2 female as well. Going to be grabbing onto O10 here. A bit of a knock to begin with, but on S2, quick 2 knocks against them. They're going to lose one, and there goes the second, and unfortunately for Freya, they're on their own. They are knocked down. It's only up to Capitana, who really just has nowhere to go. And again, looking for more. 5 eliminations for themselves. A new contender here, but the leader is no stranger to this competition. We've seen her before, and we know what she can do. And with this team, they are putting up a storm of a first game. 6 eliminations for themselves. That's going to put them firmly on top for now. Still crucially got all 4 players alive even. And now as we head down into a little bit more of the church here, Titan are going to be overlooking them. Gonna have a look at the chat as well. Keep in mind, this is pretty chill for our first qualifiers tonight. We got Galatasaray. Kenasik is going to be giving us the yellow and the red heart for them. They're still here, they're still going strong inside of our church. Let's see what they can do. We've got before some fire emojis, keeping a fire, of course. We've got Barse, Serene as well. Some heads up for the players. Keep in mind, keep them coming. If you've got a favourite player, if you've got a favourite team, be sure to shout them out in the chat. We'll add these shout outs inside of the stream. That third zone, of course, so you saw it on your screen, right? It was a bit of a pinch here for all of these teams. Stage 3, really not starting off easy for these players. A lot of open ground, and this road especially going to cut these players a bit in half, if you were, in terms of where they can position themselves inside of a zone. I do like the position here of Silently, though, alongside these houses. Gives them some cover, but I would like them to move up to this hillside. Give them some more information. Maybe send one player up for that information that they have done. But you do not want to get caught down on this lower ground, though, either. We know how tricky it can be, of course, to get up on our high grounds. Taj doing a good job here to create a slight split. One of them going to be split towards the top of those ridges. What would you call them? Tiers of land? We could call them that. Revenge. Unfortunately, here, Yakacheva going to find himself only looking at some of these players move past, and I think for them, very fortunate. They decide that RGG did not decide to go in for that fight, and I think that they could have got at least one of these players. Didn't know that, of course, decided Hajj Revenge were so split, and Yakacheva are going to be able to just fire off enough pressure to keep themselves out of harm's way for now. Revenge. Of course, using a bit of the door climbing tactics to get on that roof. Have a bit of a spy over the surrounding areas. See who's coming in into the area. Back over to Pachinki though. There's going to be a few of these teams side of the compound is going to be within this zone. No surprises. You'll see the side of Kimura ladies. Going to see some more of these squads. I believe that is Titan as well. Galatasaray alongside them. Going to be inside of his Pachinki side. Galatasaray splitting ever so slightly more, as you can see, away from that church area. So they are going to have more of a control over that westerly side of Pachinki. Northern, you're going to Slime Machines, I say. As it will be Alicia, the duo here, of course. Netsu, alongside her, going to be taking this more northern side. And there's only two. They are putting off enough pressure here for Kimura, who struggling, it seems, to be able to get out of the gutter of the southern portion of Pachinki. Does offer some protection. However, getting into those buildings could be slightly more beneficial. You can see they have a couple to their name on the southern end. Does at least provide them some more of an exit if that zone would shift away from Pachinki. We'll have to see where it goes. Only a minute and a half until stage 5. And that's where it's going to start really ramping up. And where we're going to have to see these ladies move into the zone, feel more pinched, need to have that position and that control together to be able to mark a spot for themselves in that zone. You can see the shift. Stage 4 has gone into that roadside. We mentioned how it could split those teams a lot more of that higher ground towards the southern part of the map. There is some of that buildings that are available around here. You've got the highest mountains in there, so there is plenty of spaces for these teams. And even some of the teams wrapping around, you can see DG making hopefully more of that wraparound. I would like to see towards that southern hillside area. Also going to be doing the same there from the side of Violent Wings, who are going to be wrapping in from the south. They have come all the way around to the opposite end of that zone. Going to be taking advantage of that highest point of the zone and towards the south to keep an eye on those other players win the zone inside of Pachinki. Could be slightly precarious, though, of course, getting into the zone, getting out of that area and into those fields, those wheat fields, always a bit tricky, I find. Getting back into Pachinki is one of those locations where here it's in the center of the zone, and you really gotta hope that if you're going in now, you are going to be still inside of that zone later on. Church still available as well for these players. Galatasaray did give that location up ever so slightly, so teams can wrap behind a church and take ever. Galatasaray doing a good job though to keep off major esports here. Major pride, should I say. Excuse me, is Bazumi. Will be running about here underneath the ridge. Tad's not going to be able to find them. Tad's Revenge only going to be running inside in chase from the smoke onto the other side, trying to catch Bazumi as they run back towards their team. Yakucheva not going to be able to grab anyone for now. We'll pop the painkillers. Pop out that regen as well. Taj Revenge, Januzics, keeping a scope on the far ground. There are some of the competitors, of course, here. Some are new ones. Barca Esports. Gotta see what they can do, of course. They still got, keep in mind, all 4 of their players alive. They have got 1 elimination so far. Curious to see what they can pull off. If they can get a position inside of his zone. They are very far away. You can see them in the green. Inside of your top right of your screen. They are coming in towards Major Pride. And Major Pride struggling already here with Taj Revenge, of course. So those 2 teams really pincering Major Pride now outside of that zone. They're the ones feeling a great deal of pressure here. Is Galatasaray very much in the center. Have gone back to that church side, keeping firm control of this church. And it's no surprise to see here Galatasaray with the control that they have in this first game. I think they were, as we said, the favourites to come into this day, this first group qualifiers. Expected to get solidly into the finals. Got to see if they can close out this game though with that position. We've seen teams fall before. inside of a good position. Barcy, unfortunately, will be the next one, though, to fall completely just before Violent Wings. Now be our 15-14 spots going down over on leaderboard. Unfortunately, Taj Revenge might just be joining him very shortly after. Is far north. Will pick up a 1-for-1. Carrying also taking down Yakacheva. Prober, the only one alive, very low indeed. And Tiana, far north, have the lower ground. They have a bit of an angle to try to reposition here. Unfortunately, the Molotov going to send them packing. They're going to go back into the vehicle. And Tiana, a risky move here is Prober going to be stuck to the blue. Will be able to move down here, but it will be the end with time. Stage 5 going to hurt, and there isn't really a way inside of that zone. Euphoria doing the same here, as you can see. Just hoping to heal up as long as they can before they have to make that move into Pachinki. It's going to be a crazy Pachinki finish for our first game here, and it's going to be already more falling. There goes another ZGSTN. They're going to be the next ones to fall. Taj. There. Taj Revenge going to be next after. Before you. Smoking it up and living it up inside the smoke as long as they can. They're one away from being eliminated themselves. They have to get those revives in. And meanwhile, Galatasaray, only 2 eliminations for them. But the control is still there. And the zone has gone towards them. The Muerte, the other ones here inside of the zone. The other ones with the control. But they have to get their members back up and kicking. And it's Titan looking over the battlefield. On the edge here of the zone themselves. They've got the camper van there to block them. We've got a couple here of the barrels to protect them. But they gotta move soon. 30 seconds. They gotta make their mark. They've got those smokes free in hand. At least here for a nuke. Who you've got to believe they might just go for that big car push play into the church. You can see them going and planning it. Bringing the cars forward. They're going to grab one of the Muerte down. That's going to be a 5th elimination here. In Titan Gaming. And Nuke looking to try cement a bit of a position here with 3 eliminations for themselves. A expectation is they're going in onto Galatasaray. And this is the push that we expected to get towards this hill. This is the big move, and you can see that now other teams are also joining in alongside them. We've got Galatasaray having to fight from multiple fronts. Is silently stepping in forward. They want a bit of the pie themselves, but they're going to have to fight for it because the hill, it belongs here to Halal, and they're not going to give it up so easily. That's going to be the double knockdown, and silently will fall away. Galatasaray going to lose one finally is the pressure just too much. They need catching down one. Fortifying back air position. Galatasaray, the only ones with control inside the zone. They're going to go for the revive. This could be risky. You've got Carly here on the defense. Titan, will they go for that push now that they step out away from the church? O10 Esports going to lose Milena. Through the smoke, Titan under the hill here as well. Going to wait for their time, their opportunity. Bazumi gonna fall. Pro's gonna fall to the nade. Galatasaray holding firm for now. Inside the church, they'll find another. Carly stepping down, will just be able to grab one in time. Akulka looking over here, the rest of Before You. Making sure that they can't make that move. Tori Ara stepping forward though, nevertheless. They want that move in, and Akulka's not going to give it to them. Ara's going to fall, but Fudabar, the position's been given away with the noise, and they're going to be the ones to tank the first nade. Carly stepping in with the shots, and Akulka's position is given away. They're going to go for a very risky revive here. 2 of them together. If there's one more nade picture, isn't. Carly does not have it, but Halal does, and Anuki will be the next one to drop down. Fudabar very much on the edge of the zone, will be revived back up. Will be able to heal for now, and some respite is Tori going to provide. A distraction here for Galatasaray. But the DPS going to come out. And Carly is just waiting, debating to drop down. Doesn't want to give up their position on this high ground. Knows how valuable it will be for Titan here, who need to also get up this hill. Allow flanking through the back. I like this move. A damaged, a wounded here, Titan. Titan Gaming going to need to look to keep their position strong. They hear the shots, they know that they're coming, and they're going to have to prep, use that low ground, get that first peak advantage, which they cannot find. Halau's going to be able to shoot them down straight on top of him, and it's fishing season for them all. Galatasaray going to pick up another 3. Titan Gaming going to fall down. Before you, going to steal away the second position. Tori not quite finished off for now. Into the 1v2. Tori looking to try to find Carly. Will look for the shots, but it won't be good enough. And Galatasaray, it's the favourites. It's the faithfuls, the defending champions, who come out on top here inside game number 1. Galatasaray Sports, our first game. Erangel winner. Winner chicken dinner. And I think, to be fair, I'm not surprised. Galatasaray, we knew they had the expectations, of course, coming into this tournament. It's the same roster. We actually have a bit of a surprise, I think, before you, who were fairly quiet actually coming into that first game. They did end up getting that second position, getting those placement points, as we said, getting any points you can in these 5 games to get into the top 8 to make it through to the finals on Sunday. That's what these teams really are going to be after, and that's what they're going to be wanting, to try to survive as long as possible in these games if they lose those players early on. Titan, I think, a good show. We, as we said, spoke to Futaba. We saw the team were hungry to get those eliminations, to have that success. We knew Erangel was their favourite map out of the 3, and to see also a Nuke, I think, one of their newer players, step up and be able to get those eliminations, that was also very worthy to see. We do, of course, have, though, Galatasaray on our screens. Our first chicken dinner, 10 placement points going over to them for that win, 10 eliminations, and 20 points in total. I think overall was a fairly tame game, I would say, considering compared to the position that they had. I think they had a lot of control. They were very slow and careful about who they wanted to go for and how they wanted to step out of their fortification of that church to be able to avoid more teams coming up onto that hill and contesting them too close. And I think that control is something that we can really see change through from Galatasaray from the previous tournament, who I think at times we saw them really go on a spree, get those big elimination games. We also saw them suffer sometimes, losing out because of that more aggressive style in previous tournaments. So to see that control, very nice in this first game. 59 eliminations though, 296 throwables used in this first game. A heck of a lot of healing done, but a slightly less distance here. Only 266 meters. I know that number can go much higher. Into the 400 is where you're really looking at the big numbers for longest elimination distance from these players. 10 headshots. Also expect that to see a bit more, hopefully some more headshots as we're going to head into Miramar. Expect that number to increase perhaps onto our more longer open map coming up next, but as it will be our MVP for Milena here of O10 Esport. It's a excellent show up to towards that northern side of Erangel earlier on. 8 eliminations for them, the 5 knocks that they were able to do, and the damage replicating what we saw in their eliminations here. 1,000 damage, fairly standard for the amount of eliminations they've got, and the assists there as well. 26 minutes, of course. O10, they didn't manage to survive too far into that later portion of the game. I'm hoping that we can see something a bit more on terms of the ability to get inside of the zone as well. and be able to survive those later portions of the game for them. Definitely a struggle getting down towards the center of the game for them. Gonna see our match rankings as well for the top 10 teams here so far, and as you can see, Galatasaray, no surprise, or 9 teams should I say, no surprise to see Galatasaray here on the top of the leaderboard. Of course, add to that Game Titan, they're also expected in that third position with those elimination points and that third place finish. Before you, those placement points really helping them there just to secure that fourth position. Major Pride as well, another one of our favourites to go through tonight in that fifth spot. Silently though, not News Eternity and Slime Machine, some of our newer teams in this tournament, those three already inside of our top 9, slide just on the cusp of that top 8 at the end of that first game. Of course, all to play for though. 4 games still up for tonight. We've got 2 more of our Miramar games. We've got a Sanhok, we've got an Erangel still to play through. Sanhok particularly, my favourite of course. If you do know me, I love a good Sanhok. I love the aggression, I love also the craziness that can happen, and I'm just an evil person. So to see the most evil map played in the middle, that's always my favourite time. As we move down now to our final place teams from that first game. Of course, still 3 of these teams, DG, STN, S2 Female, and Violent Wings, to get out of the chopping out of the design block, should I say, and be able to chop down those points, as they are all still on 0. Far North picking up those 2 eliminations for the rest of them in our bottom end of the leaderboard. Struggle, I think, for some of these teams, we could say, starting out in our first game. Violent Wings definitely really feeling the heat, I think, of O10 Esports inside the start of that first match, and then wondering how to rotate. They moved away down to the south side. They couldn't find a position later on. It's unfortunate. It happens. But we're going to knock it off, get refreshed back for the next game, and see what they can do. Is here O10 Esports going to be the top of our elimination and damage charts. Very much going to be down to the fighting that they had around themselves at the start of the game. Also, of course, going into the middle, they had that skirmish moving in towards the Rollshawk side and getting into that northern side of the zone, something that we saw them really fighting for in those 15 eliminations that they were able to pop off. 15, no in scoff at. Definitely going to be one of our aggressive teams, our new teams coming into this tournament that we've got to look at. I mean, no surprise, I think, judging by the characters on that roster. Milena, of course, Nils, also Seren there too, going to be some of our newer players. Alina, though, as well, going to be on that roster coming through from PMEWL. If you do remember, we have seen some of these players before, and we know that they have been aggressive players in the past for those eliminations. Milena, of course, no surprise, as we said, to see her at the top of our top 5 eliminations so far after that first game. 8 eliminations from Korean Major Pride, and Anouk going to be taking up that 4 eliminations in third position. Halal and Kali equally sharing our 4th and 5th positions there with 3 eliminations. Galatasaray splitting the eliminations evenly around them. Still Milena, though, of course, got to see if O10 can keep that aggression and if Milena can keep that top position on the eliminations in after our future games, because we are going to be moving on to Miramar next, which will be our desert first match of the tournament. And I think personally I'm quite excited to see how these teams rotate and how they move about the map, because this was something that I think we saw in the first game that those squads, they struggled with some of them, and they were a little slow, you could argue, in getting into a stronger position, utilizing the high ground, utilizing the core points of the phase or of the phases provided. And this will be something that is showing up a lot more in Miramar, and we will get to see if they can survive. Of course, keep in mind it wasn't the easiest first zone, Pachinki never never really an easy end to, of course, any game of Erangel. It is always going to be difficult to fight around a city in the late game. Very compact. If you don't have a position inside the city, always going to be a bit difficult. Gonna check as well our chat. We got some GGs, and as we can Barse gonna be checked out here by Athena. We've got Athena roaring for Barse. We've got some GGs. We've got Galatasaray. Some hearts going in the chat. Of course, if you are looking forward to this game, keep tuned. We still got 4 more. Miramar gonna be up next after a little bit of a break, so I'll see you then.
Came in and you're looking like a sign of grace. I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. I didn't notice it was out of place. You painted fairy tales on the wall. Calling to the better of the halves of me. Please show me just a little bit of honesty. I'd hope I got a heart that I can salvage, but it's getting harder now to recall. I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. I didn't notice it was out of place. You painted fairy tales on the wall.
We got a little bit of meat there. There we go. We're starting it off with a little bit of a hiccup, but we are back. We are back in towards Miramar now, and which will be our second game. If you're just joining us for tonight, my name is Holland Wolf, and we just came off our first Erangel game where we had Galatasaray, our defending champions from our previous PMEWL mid-season showdown tournament, be able to take the first win, the first W, winner chicken dinner. And I think no surprise to see, of course, our defending champions be able to pull out the victory. But O10 as well, another one of those new squads who were able to get the most eliminations, actually. 15 eliminations going for them in that first game. And I'm curious to see if they will keep that up going into Miramar, looking at now a different map for our next match. There were a few of those teams, of course, that coming into our first game need to be able to pick up these standings. If you are just joining us, definitely looking at some of the teams like Violent Wings, like DSGN, who need to be able to get off the start of the points run, if it were, because it really is a run. Only 5 games in today for the qualifying, and at the end of those 5 games, our bottom 8 teams will be cut from the tournament. So it is quite a vicious day here for these teams. They've got to be able to do well in a lot or all really of these games if they can do at least a average performance throughout all 5 and keep those consistent points coming in, because if they have missed out on one, there's only 80% of the points now left these teams. Of course, if you are just joining us inside of the chat, keep in mind that you can vote, of course, for your favorite team. You can send the hearts, you can send the fire, send the passion and the love for your favorite squads and your favorite players inside of the stream tonight. I'm here reading the chat. I'm slightly behind, 5 minutes behind for, of course, all the tournament purposes, but we'll keep those hellos and we'll keep the shout outs coming in when I get them in the chat. Of course, I think that now we're coming into Miramar, we're looking at a bit more of the positioning. Now, this was something that we looked at coming in to the first game. We mentioned briefly that there were some issues, we could say, with the positions. Of course, absolutely no issue, by the way, with that absolutely adorable hug of a plane. Sorry, should I say? I love that plane. But do you like personally the orange or the pink helicopter more? I mean, to be fair, I think the pink helicopter suits that plane a lot more. And I'm hoping we can get the bear plane throughout all 5 games today. I'm hoping that will be the case. I don't know. I'm hoping production can maybe tell me if it will be something that will happen for all 5 games. If I see anything but that bear plane coming in, I will be a disappointed wolf. That is what I will be, disappointed, because that bear is way too adorable not to see it in every game to start us off. And just gonna add to the cuteness factors. There it is, back again. Brilliant. Keep it there as we're gonna dive in. Absolute jetpack down here. Major Pride Pros is on literal purple fire into the desert. That is one way to keep it hot. Is here they are, going to go towards the south side of the Miramar map. A fairly, again, standard plane path. Nothing too crazy coming on here for the first Miramar game at the start with the plane path. Will be slightly more difficult for those teams who do, of course, like to go to Puerto Parisio and Impala. How do you pronounce it? Puerto Parisio? Do we get our awful butchered pure Spanish accents through all of the game today and all of the game later? You're here for it. You gotta believe it. There's 2 games of my butchered Spanish gonna be here, and also here is the southern side of the plane path. I'm really hoping that my curse of a lot of the Los Leones games that we've seen so far on Miramar, thanks to my vibe that I give a little bit of a Los Leones vibe to the zone, ends up just skirting over into into that city. We're hoping we can stay far away from there, though. I want to see some action towards those hills, and I'm hoping to see a bit more of that positioning as I was looking from these teams that positioning from the first game. Want to see a bit more of that in the second here. Before you, speaking of, are camped out in a fantastic position right now inside of the zone. One of the core positions. Crucial fight here between Titan, Futaba, and Akoka. The two players who we saw come in through our previous tournament. Still together here with their new two. So it will be still Kate and Anouk joining them. Need to join up together here inside of this game. Major Pride as well. You can see even in the background, Satan Nova is going to be there. A few teams here, I think, going to be eyeing up this church for its lookout ability onto the grounds around it. Is lookout ability English? I don't know. Visibility. That's what we can say. Visibility. We'll get there. The English will improve. I promise. Kulka, you're stepping out. I mean, we could always... I don't know if production team would appreciate it, but we could always move into German. We have the Seuss badge. We've got the cute badge worn here. We've got the cute Sheba. Sheba cuteness coming on to the caster desk tonight. So we could always switch. If the English doesn't work, we can always switch. Futaba here is going to be switching it up though. They are going to be driving down away from this church side, so they will give up the position here of the church, as it were. They're not going to be looking out from the high rooftops of that bell tower onto anyone for now. Before you, though, I think they may... Oh, I thought they might have spotted here, decided before you, but they've actually gotten around there a little bit further up that hillside, and I could see right there, and they will actually be able to avoid the rest of Titan, who right now really do want to look more, I suppose, at their loot, because they don't have a lot of it. That is true. And speaking of looting, far north, another one of these teams who still to really show us what they can do. I have a feeling that far north, they really struggled with that zone. Hikori, we know some of these players, Tiana as well. We know that they can have good games. We've seen them have good games in previous tournaments. We know that they can have those standout performances, but that first game really just didn't go their way. So we will have to see them just on the edge of the north of this zone here. See if they can move down from San Martin and be able to get themselves a position. I would hope that they would actually take maybe more of the higher ground positions towards the south of San Martin. There is some lookout spots just to the south of those warehouses that are there. They could utilize those once they have finished their looting phase here around the city, and brilliant that they have that to themselves. Something that we may see teams keep in mind, look to contest maybe in the later Miramar game as well after. These teams definitely going to be, of course, keeping in mind that idea of not getting too stuck in the early game, dropping around too many other squads. That was something we saw be an issue in that first Erangel game, and I'm looking forward to actually getting back later on tonight, of course, for our fifth and final game later. Erangel will be back again to potentially see some changes from these squads and where they're positioned. Give themselves a bit more of the breathing room, as it were, in the early game. Gonna check out the chat as well. Got a little bit of support here coming through. Got Kanasik here also in the chat, giving out the love. Send out the hearts. I love that we're staying with the hearts together in the chat. I love that we got the yellow and the red hearts. We should keep this going. I've decided it's a trend. It's happened. I don't know if it's just the yellow and the red hearts, what we went with first, or if it's got a deeper meaning of devotion towards these teams. But I like it. I like the yellow and the red. Yellow is definitely my favorite color. And speaking of yellow, silently here, one of these yellow teams, but do also, as we say, need to get some of those points. So moving quiet through the desert for now. Are looking inside the zone here for a few of those warehouses, those smaller compounds that we can see sprawled throughout the more open part of the desert there towards the northern side of the zone. I believe it is. There's Galatasaray here, Minas Generales, very much towards the south, the highest point of the zone. In contrast, really Galatasaray looking for that control again already in this second game. I'm hoping that they will have enough loot. Now, this is something that they have maybe moved quite quickly onto that high ground, and I'm hoping that they will move one of or two of the players down towards these smaller compounds, the buildings, get some more utilities, some more smokes, some more grenades. You can see what they had there, 3, 4 smokes, 3, 4 grenades. It's not going to be realistically enough for them if they're going to be taking a high ground like that is so open. They're going to need more. And far north, speaking of more, are going to find, unfortunately, Violent Wings once again. And they are going to be in trouble here, Violent Wings. They're going to get themselves fairly easily back together again. There won't be a flush through that knock for now. But Naloon and the rest here, they have that pin position on that Rilera. Yeah, that was a butcher pronunciation. Ladrillere. I can't form my R's. Can anyone else roll their R's? Ladrillere. I need another caster. I'm hoping that if I'm ever with someone else next time on Miramar, they can help me not butcher the rest of these names. Is Hikori, Naloon going to be teaming up, I would suspect, here together, as Naloon will be, yes, knocked in Swan. Capitana giving themselves some more room towards the back end of this mountainside. They're going to be grabbing themselves a spot on the Jeep and moving down. I like it. And Violent Wings not getting too caught here, I would hope, inside of the position that Far North really have. It's going to be difficult for them to oppress the side of Far North where they're currently standing. You could look for a flank realistically with this Jeep, but what I like more is them just moving to a newer position. It's early in the first stage. There's still plenty of time to move. Do not get sucked in to a fight that, as you can see, would be very difficult for them to access Far North from that big, wide open space. That's what's stopping them, realistically, from being able to get in towards Far North. They're going to need those knocks. Yeah, indeed, it's Tiana, the first one there to be knocked again. They need more than one. They need realistically 2, then they can make their push, because they don't want too much fire here coming through. And Sarah, I'm sure I say here as well, Raven, really putting on the punch here, as it were, from the flank. They're going to be grabbing themselves another knock, but it won't come to anything too much. It will only here come to a knock once more. They still have all 4 players alive, and they will all heal up, and Far North will still be able to hold that position, you would think, here, as long as nothing too drastic happens. Before you, there are also going to be caught here versus Taj, and we even saw Silence, or Silently here, should I say, be grabbing a knock. So it will be a 3-way fight here happening elsewhere. Looks more long range. Zara immediately back and revived, potentially putting their head out a bit too far here in towards teams coming in, as the zone has shifted down towards the south. Going to be a lot more to focus on these high grounds. Galatasaray going to give that up though. Chumacera, like that they have moved there, will be a core location that these teams going to be looking at. Down towards the south, you really looking at the high ground again. just above the coastal line. If you are caught later on around that coastline, going to be very difficult to navigate a position up there. There are a few compounds towards more of that eastern end as well of the zone, just towards the southeast. It will be crucial spots for some of these teams to take up. Really having a home, having a building for protection in such more so an open zone, we could say, for these teams is going to be something crucial to have. As unfortunately Taj, you can see the danger of being in that open part, getting caught out of teams rotating into the zone. They will lose a second member. So unfortunately here for Taj Revenge, not able to find too much here with the, again, fire of O10 Esports. Really just continuing their barrage from the first game. Erangel, they got, of course, keep in mind, 15 eliminations. Only the first one here. A quieter game here for them. But they are only just moving into the zone. And as these teams come together, that's where I think we can expect, with less eliminations early, more chaos later. And that's what we're going to look forward to in this few minutes time. Stage 2, just these final teams getting in to this next stage of the zone. Slime Machine, one of the few teams here still to really get off the start of those points, climb up the leaderboard. Currently 9th position after that first game. And it not looking good with Demar taking down one of the Slime members here. Will only be a knock. We'll have to see if it comes through as a flush and one elimination point against him. Kimetsu caught, it looks like, on the movement in. And this is horrible here for Sly, because they found themselves now caught up against Major Pride. The smoke's going to have to be utilized here. They have to keep their buggies as well. Keep in mind, they are on foot now, and it's very open up towards the top of these hills. They're going to need to utilize those smokes, and they've only got 5 here on Alicio as well. As much as that sounds like a lot, that's about one fight, realistically. One good, long, extended fight. That's 5 smokes all gone. You've got none left for the rest of this game. In stage 2, it's very early days. Still in this second game. Going to see, unfortunately, though, it looks like Fanta be flushed out here from the match. Unfortunately, Violet Wing's going to lose a second of their players. You can see it in the elimination feed. Verinda also going to be knocked, and that's a beautiful nade coming through from Milita. And will they get caught by the revive? Oh my, no, they surely will not go in for the revive. Up, it's Lone Wolf. Only seeing one option, and that one option really is to the grave, and it will be a Sanhok game for them that they have to wait for next, because Demuete bringing the Muerte in to the side division. Violet Wings is 5 eliminations for them. Slime Machine, though, they're not out of the woods. We saw them struggle to keep a position versus Major Pride. They're looking to run them over. Pros won't be able to find him, and he's going to go flipping down off the edge of the hillside. But here comes the monster truck, almost run over, but they will find one. Fritz takes out Corinne. They won't find the finish. Alicia needs to reload, and Gristo will be able to use some of the information of Garrett to finish off that flush. But unfortunately for Fritz, they're on their own, and they will use that buggy that they were able to steal off of Major Pride to get out of here and keep themselves alive. So they're going to catch that one elimination and run. But can they make it all the way to safety? Yes, they will. Major Pride cutting off the chase, and they will pick up the spoils of those 2 eliminations. Slide down to 1 player, only 1 elimination point. Major Pride picking up the 2 for themselves. We saw here earlier Barce as well picking up what was a knock against NS, or should I say VG STN. is here, or should I say, actually, it would be DGST and would be not Noobs Eternity. My apologies here. It's not Noobs. Will be the ones falling down, unfortunately. That will be them as well, eliminated from this game. Just caught a little bit slow there on the rotation, unfortunately. But all credit there for the side of Barca. Barca going to be able to pick up those 4 elimination points for themselves. Really important here. I believe they were one of those teams that really were looking to get up towards that first half of the leaderboard. They were on that second page after that first game on the overall standings. In Capitana, S2 Female, another one of those teams who need those points. They're going to be able to get on to the game now, and that's the first one of tournament for themselves. That'll be good motivation for them. S2 Female picking up their first elimination of tournament. Titan Gaming. Here stepping down. They, remember, came down from that church side as well, down towards the south. They've got that slight building of 2. It's not even a compound down towards the south. I would expected them maybe to be a bit more aggressive, considering their performance and their aggression we saw in Erangel. It is a more quieter position through from them, looking perhaps just for the placement points and a position once the map really has cleared up with these teams. Demoete up against Far North, but Far North really aren't looking in a great spot. Hikori's already down, the Loon is bleeding out, and Sarah and Tiana. Sarah's inside the smoke, and Militia is hunting. Utilizing the information that they can hear for now. Sarah looking for the shots, won't be able to find them. Oh, it was a bait. And Militia was there just baiting them in all the way forward to the rest of the team. Militia will clean up the third, and Tiana, they will try their best. They won't, I believe, fall for the same trick twice, surely. But Militia surely will be able to grab that last one up with the rest of their team. Titan Gaming catching out a couple of members here of Major Pride. Can they catch the 2? Major Pride caught sleeping here, and that will be Fudabar to grab 1. The nade cooks onto the second. That should just be both of them falling. There goes the damage. They're looking for the revive. A second nade straight down will rain the hopes out of 1. Bazumi, the last one alive, the Molly there just to finish off. A lot of utility used, but really Fudabar not wanting to risk moving down too quickly, too hasty onto Bazumi here. We'll look for flush now. But the fire will just bring in an end to Major Pride. Final 2 members eliminated. Major Pride just were not paying attention to the top of that hillside, and they get caught. Major Pride out. One of the, I think, favorites, as we said, to really get through tonight. But Titan Gaming, a big team as well. Expected also with the players and with the experience that they have to get through, and they are making it work for now. A big split though from Titan. You can see they're wrapping round far into this zone, and I think they're hoping that of course they can find a bit more an easier position into this zone through a quieter side, expecting that teams will have taken up more the Chumacera, more of the high ground, more of the compounds in the earlier stages. And instead, Barca still a full squad there waiting on that eastern end as well. It will be interesting to see how they'll fight here. And Anuki will be the one to draw first knock. Raven also going to fall down to silently. A brilliant shot there through from Kitty, who is on that high ground of Chumacera are as well. You can see how powerful that high ground really is in Miramar. Meanwhile, Barca here versus Titan. Anuki going for that big flank, and it will be able to draw too many points of pressure for Barca. Barca eliminated. I would love to see actually how more of those members got eliminated from Barca. Really, Titan Gaming dispatching of Barca much easier than I would have expected, considering that Barca had that real position over them coming into the zone. Then Moretti as well. Kind of look like they're struggling here versus before you. One knock as well though onto Andrea will cut the pressure forward, and meanwhile, silently as well, Kitty going to be controlling this high ground. You can see this church. We talked about this church at the start of the game. It is still inside of the game for now. It will finally look to be a position around this church at the end of the game as well. And really, Titan got to be kicking themselves for not going back to this spot. This will be incredibly difficult for these teams, and this is where we will see how difficult it is for these squads to be able to make it up into that high ground. Really, those canyons, such a choke point for those teams to get towards the church, the open ground around. Silently, a very strong position this game. But for you, Ara though, holding the line against Demoete, not wanting to go too far here. Meanwhile, Slime Machine, they're going to fall in 9th position. Keep in mind, there's still half the teams in this game. There's still all to play for in placement points. And by golly, is there all to play for still in the eliminations. Silently, speaking of 4 already, Lisa is going to be knocked. Shouldn't come to a complete flush through. They should be able to get that revive. They should be able to hold the church for now. Titan going to take down Zene. Going to be able to grab themselves a spot. 9 eliminations for them. Demoete stuck inside the buildings. They're trying their best to put down the bullets onto the vehicle. AMG, they're going to fly in over Galatasaray. Threw the bar way too high. And unfortunately here for Titan, they had high hopes, but my golly gosh, did Galatasaray just slam them down into the ground. That will be them in 8th position, but the 9 elimination points for them. Still Tad's revenge on the edge of that choke point. You can see how brutal it is. Kitty is not letting a single one of them come into the church. It is all silently quiet in the top of this church side. My goodness, this is a church of Kitty right now. No one is getting up towards that zone. It has gone away down towards the south. It has given some respite for these teams. You can see, even now, S2 female, though, they're stepping in from behind. They have got a position inside, but there's only 2 players. Remember, they lost to 2 earlier, and it really just wasn't much of a fight. Silently dispatch them. Up to 7 eliminations for them. Stuck in the door there. S2 female really just weren't ready to put the aggression on silently there. Galatasaray holding firm, though. They are being patient also. Knowing that they can hold their position for the meanwhile. Not wanting to rush too far. No, the elimination points are there, yes, but the placement points are there equally. And every point, remember, in only 5 games, with half the teams being cut, by the end of tonight, those placement points matter. Do not want to give anything over. They're going to smoke out the front lines before you. Stepping forward, they're going to lose 1. Kiki. Knocked for now. Nate flying through from Toffee. One of the top eliminators of the PM EWL Mid-Season Showdown. Inside the top 5 of finals. Expecting even more than just the 2 eliminations so far to come out through from her. We know she's more than capable of these long-range eliminations, and the nades only going to be bringing even more pain into before you can see that Ridge, the only defense that they've got. Similarly, the same story here for Galatasaray. They've got to be careful they don't pop their head out too much. They're still decided silently on the other side of them. Looking to try pink off maybe one of the Galatasaray members. But Toffee's keeping themselves to the low ground as much as they can. Finds one before you. Weakens down the 2 members. Now Galatasaray holding firm. stepping into before you. Toffee's going in for the flush. They're looking to finish off before you, but Toffee on their own will fall, but they will finally finish off before you. But at what cost? At what cost is Silently here? Still all 4 strong. 8 eliminations. 0-10 though. They're also here. Galatasaray gonna be taken away by 0-10 themselves. Nilsu going to throw the nade forward. Past the smoke. Tickled by the nade Silently. Kitty stepping up aggressive as always this game. Seren won't be poked down. Kitty down to 2/3 though. And Nilsson knows their position. Nade over. Looks to try cook down Kitty. Kitty stepping up down to half. Nilsson still holding this position inside the zone. Silently, they've got a strong position inside the zone themselves, though. Down to 1 nade as well for Seren. 2 still up here for Olivia. 1 will be thrown now. Will fall short. The next won't be sent just yet. And the smokes, keep in mind, those are the things that are dissipating now for 0-10. The shield of the smoke is gone, and now open to the full side of Silently. R010 Esports here, wrapping around for the flank, knowing that they've got these more side smokes still to work with. Seren cannot find though that position, and Silently they're keeping together, they're keeping themselves as a strong unit here. The trio just cannot find a spot onto Silently. They cannot find this first pick. Waiting for these 2 crucial smokes here, blocking out the central line. A vision down onto them. 0-10 trying to play the patience game. And there goes the final molly. Won't hit them just yet, but will block off the path directly in. Seren moving in. They found one. And that was what they were looking for. They're making the revive. And now Liz is gone. And there goes the sides. In Silently, they're falling apart. There's the 3rd. Kitty's down as the final one. And that will be it. 0-10. They found that first one. And I don't know where it came from. But my golly. Did they just take down the rest of the 3 after in quick succession. Chicken dinner. Gonna go over to 0-10 Esports. Will be Miramar's first victor here in the Lady Legends. And no surprise, I think, if you had a snapshot of the first game, 15 eliminations, of course you would expect them to be doing well in that second game, and some of you maybe even haven't predicted them to get to that chicken dinner on Miramar. We are now thinking that potentially there is a contender versus Galatasaray here, who we expected to be the favourites coming into this first group. And some of the newer names as well, really proving to us what they're made of in the second game. Silently, though, they were able to really put up a fight in this second game. And to see them take control of the church earlier on, and then to see them have that position and control it so well, realistically, you have to have that skill. You have to have that ability to keep that control, to stop other teams getting that core position of the zone. And to see them do that, that's also props to them to get to that second position. However, 0-10 still, again, props to those winners of Miramar. 10 placement points, 9 eliminations, 19 points, again going over to them in, I believe, if we count what they've got previously, they're really looking towards already almost 40 points. They'll be in the 30s after just 2 games. And if you're keeping an eye on, of course, the idea of it, it's top 8 go through. And what we've seen in pretty much every tournament, they are looking on the cusp of already qualifying just after 2 games of games, 2 matches of points. So realistically, they are looking strong. They are looking like they could be one of the top of Group A, and certainly ones in the finals if they can keep this up for the rest of tonight and get only even just a few more points, I would argue, to qualify. Of course, though, we have to look at the bigger picture of the game, and keep in mind that it's not all about winning. It is also about the stats, and of course, longest elimination distance goes over to Fulaba from Titan Gaming, and they will be there as expected. We mentioned about that 400 mark was more of a longer distance shot, and they will almost hit that with 391 meters. Not as many throwable used, I believe here, only 206. We could argue lightly down to the fact that there wasn't as much looting going on, I would say, in the early game of this match. There were some teams, like Galatasaray, like those others, who were more hunting for a position, more hunting for the high ground, control over the zone. And as much as it worked for some of these teams, I think it definitely led to some of these teams' downfall, where they maybe just didn't have as much smoke or as much utility to hold off and fortify their position from other teams. And of course, Fudabar, our MVP, longest elimination distance, but also 6 eliminations overall. We have to remember it, still 9 eliminations went over to Titan Gaming that game overall, and the damage there as well, almost worthy of 7 eliminations in terms of 100 per. Knocks there as well, 4 of them. So a lot of damage going through from the captain of Titan Gaming here. Of course, so Titan, definitely one of those teams who are more aggressive, who also we should be expecting to see later in our stats on the top of the leaderboard. As well, I think if you, of course, want to remember to cheer out your favorite team, your favorite player, make sure to send them cheer in the chat. Send them the yellow and the red hearts, as it were. We've got some more Galatasaray support in the chat as well from that second game. O10 as well, Dynasty, shouting out their team with a bit of a pink love heart as well. Love to see it. Is Cat Veins even in there looking for major pride? I remember Cat Veins from the previous tournaments. I know a former teammate there looking to support their now major pride squads here. Is still O10 Esports going to be taking up that, of course, chicken dinner, as we said, silently. Going to be in that second position overall from the match. 15 points with their extra 9 elimination points. Equally their 9 elimination points. Titan, as we said, in 5th position. Galatasaray de Muerte there as well, 3rd and 4th. Before you, up there, 6th position for them. As we move down to our second page vote, we're going to see unfortunate results once again from some of our same teams. I'm hoping we can see more. Now, if there's a map that could ever change the standings into something absolutely crazy, and flip the leaderboard around, it would be Sanhok. So I'm hoping the Sanhok will give a bit more opportunity, maybe a bit more creativity, plays, flashiness towards some of these teams to be able to get those eliminations on the board, get themselves up on those points. Because keep in mind, we've only got 3 more games for all of these teams to get into that top 8 to qualify for the finals on Sunday. It is a short tournament. There's no phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. You've got to qualify on the first day, and you've got to be able to perform on the night. And O10 Esports, did they do just that? Yes, they did, and up to that top position. But the damage and the eliminations coming through from both Silently here and de Muerte. De Muerte, 11 eliminations, who felt we saw the first 5. I don't know where they got the other 5 or 6 from. They completely cleaned up, I think, towards some of these teams on the outskirts. But I would like to see a bit more of de Muerte. I'm hoping we can see more of them in the third game. We know what they're capable of as one of the favourites coming in, and the players certainly have the ability, clearly, from Miramar to show us that they should be one of these favourite teams. Speaking of top 5 eliminations, though, and showing us what they've got, Fudabar is going to be at the top with those 6 eliminations still. Alina is just behind there with 4, and Elevire? Elevire, yes, with 4 eliminations on 3rd position. Toffee, we expected Galatasaray to be here once again in that 4th position. And Kitty, of course, we saw Kitty absolutely going ham from the church down to those players below. 3 eliminations for her as well. Well deserved. To all of our top 5 from that second game. Curious to see how that will shake up the leaderboards in the top 5 for the overall. Hoping to see a slight change up here. I'm expecting a couple of those Galatasaray members to be there, and maybe even some of the Silently members to be there as well. Got some more Galatasaray support in the chat tonight. Love Galatasaray support, and of course, well deserved considering that Galatasaray are in that second position. Just behind O10 though. We have some O10 support in the chat. Keep, of course, your favourite teams. Give them the support that they deserve, that they love. And we love to see in the chat as well. And Tiny Gaming, Silently, Demoete, 3rd, 4th, 5th position. Before you, Major Pride, Barca Esports, they're in that 6th, 7th, 8th position overall. And that left side of leaderboards, you got to be on the left to qualify, as we said, for those finals. And I keep saying it because at the end of the day, it's harsh. 8 of these teams, we're going to have to say goodbye to 32 players at the end of tonight. It's rough out here this weekend. It's rough. Dash Revenge on the end. Only 7 points for that cutoff, because you can see a lot of those points, a lot of those eliminations, 24, 18, 18, 14, 12, going to those top 5 teams. And those top teams, they are sponging up the points. And it's going to restrict the opportunities for those teams down below. The MVP race, so, of course, $50 going to our MVP at the end of this tournament this weekend. Halal will be there at the top. 6 eliminations, 1,500 damage. Yeah, with survival time also, keep in mind. Got to survive. Got to also be successful in getting to the end of the game. He's going to be there in first. Fudabar and all 3 their members of O10 Esports at the top. No surprise considering the amount of work that they've been doing in the last 2 games. Kidivet jumping into that 10th position now after that performance in our last game. And Miramar stats going to be helping her to get towards that top position. Keep in mind our MVP, only the top MVP player and one in the number 1 spot will be getting at $50 at the end of the weekend. So they gotta get through. Keep in mind also today to get to the finals to keep that MVP opportunity going and make sure that they can get that money opportunity in their pockets. And keep in mind also, speaking of opportunity, these teams down in the bottom, as we said, Sanhok is up next, and if there was ever a map I would say that I believe these teams could use to get back into the game, it is Sanhok, and we will see you after just a short break over in the jungle.
Calling to the better of the halves of me. Please show me just a little bit of honesty. I'd hope I got a heart that I can salvage, but it's getting harder now to recall. I know well, but let out both try. You could have anything you wanted it all for your fool's gold. And I know well by deaf and half blind, you could get anything you wanted. Yeah, I would have handed it all over, falling for you. Only the fall for you, for you. Came in and you're looking like a sign of grace. I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. Came in and you're looking like a sign of grace. I know, but I can never match your name or face. My fault, I didn't notice it was out of place. You painting fairy tales on the wall, calling to the better of the halves of me. Please show me just a little bit of honesty. I'd hope I got a heart that I can salvage, but it's getting harder now to recall.
Welcome back, everyone, to the third game now. It will be at our first day of the Lady Legends weekend tournament. It's going to be Sanhok, our first one of 3 this weekend. If you have missed the first 2 games, of course, my name is Handwolf, and you are missing out on some action. My people, man. We got O10 Esports here, competing against Galatasaray, taking the top spot, and they are doing it in style. They got 15 eliminations in that first game, and now they got 9 in the second, and a chicken dinner under their belts, and they're taking down these reigning champions so far, at least in the first 2 games. We got to see if Galatasaray can keep it going, because it is a fight and a half at the top of that leaderboard. Of course, a few of these are favourites. Titan, we've also got De Muerte. We've got, of course, Major Pride as well, stepping it up when it comes to some of these teams at the top. Silently as well, one of these newer teams that are going to be competing in this tournament. Silently doing well in that last game that we saw, taking control of the church side around the more central area of Miramar, and really utilizing that high ground and that control, and they were awarded those eliminations, so they too are going to be up towards the top end of our leaderboard. A lot of those players, though, that we wanted to see get those points, still on the bottom of the leaderboard, though. And really glad, actually, to see it to start. Decided GG, STN, 77 Mirror, they are going to be the ones to get that first elimination out on to the game, because they are one of those teams that are really struggling after our first 2 games today. We've only got 3 more games, remember, folks, tonight, before our bottom 8, our bottom 32 ladies will be unfortunately eliminated from this weekend tournament. There's only 1 qualifying day for each group. Group A is tonight, Group B tomorrow, finals on Sunday. And Euphoria, a little bit of a tricky to get out of the window. Gotta take our time, gotta get in single file here, but no difficulty either way to get rid of Gristo and Slime Machine down very quickly to 2 players. DGSTN on the board, and this is a chaos that we were hoping to see in Sanhok to give these lower placed teams currently some boost in terms of the overall standings. Shamanka just going to keep an eye on Freeps. Freeps really just going to struggle for a position here on Hatin. You've got, of course, the side of Violent Wings just towards the western side of them. going to be a really difficult time for them to move. They could move over towards the more mainland side of Sanhok. They could actually just above where you can see one of the players of Taj Revenge, and just above the north of the zone. They could take those more beach locations before you, though, also around that area. It's just a horrible time, really, for a Slime Machine. They're going to have to set for their options, find it out, as it were, versus Violent Wings. Violent also another one of those teams that have been struggling. And Lone Wolf, again, unfortunately, looks like they will be struggling here, Violent Wings, as they will lose one. Fanta finally takes down Freepso in dispatches of the rogue member coming in behind them. Bagheera on another issue, though, is here. Violent Wings caught with DGSTN. Gonna catch down a third point of the game for them. Down to only 2 here. Fanta, Verinda really caught on the side here. All of the DG members staring down at her. Fanta coming in from the back end, looking for that flank, and I like it. I like the nade decision. They were trying to go for something here. They were trying to make a play, but unfortunately Verinda's already down. And DG, they should just flush out Verinda, and Fanta has given now their own position away. So Fanta better get out of there, and indeed they will. You gotta run, because the moment Verinda's down, they're looking down over towards that rock side and for that final elimination. The Moretti as well, speaking of death, they've got a player knocked, but they have picked up an elimination themselves. I'm not sure onto who. If I look it down the leaderboard, it could be Far North. Far North also have a player. Yes, it is. There is Hakori in the background, Tiana, who are only a free trio now. Is it D Moretti taking down one of those players? Slime Machine, Kimetsu is chilling, not in a bathtub, in a trailer. It's a giant bathtub. It's a giant empty bathtub with a knife and a scope. It's got 2 knives. It's like machetes. Very jungle fitting. Gonna have to see if they can slash their way out of this one. Is Dana Moretti just gonna take a bit of a beating from Kimura ladies here from the top side of that mountain. The high ground, just Kimura spying over Dana Moretti's position. Of course, if you are coming into the chat, coming into the third game, you're just joining us. Keep in mind to share your support in the chat. Show me your love for your team, for your players that you are rooting for tonight in Group A. Group B as well, remember, tomorrow is Taj here looking for a position themselves. Group B, if you are wondering, some of the teams to step in tomorrow. We've got the lovely likes and Mad Bulls, KR Lionesses, Denny's Pack Wildcats, some of the favourites, Zeus Esports as well, going to be there. So, some more top teams. One for our esports female as well, coming through from the previous tournament. So, just a few to name our teams in Group B tomorrow. Some big favourites that we could maybe expect to see coming through into the finals on Sunday. So, make sure to stay tuned for all of tomorrow's games. Still another half of these competitors still to play. Meanwhile, though, of course, back into Sanhok. Demoete gonna grab another one against the match, I believe. Far North picking up a knock there onto Demoete. Will have to be a knock recuperated there for them. Won't be the case. Unfortunately, as you can see, Tiana will pick up that first elimination, so it's a 1-for-1 and into Major Pride here, as Far North have only run into another team, and Major Pride, slight advantageous position for them. The numbers and the flank coming round, keep in mind we saw that flanking member, and Far North not wanting any of it. Unfortunately, might have just pinched it themselves, because there's still Demoete behind them. Trying to reposition here. Corey looking for the spray onto Corinne, looking for a better angle around the rock, but cannot find anything onto pros. And Far North are going to lose another. Tiana and Lune, the only one left. Nalune on their own. Camo. Adina on their own, even more so though. There is a slight end of backup coming here from behind for far north. Only to be struck down though, by the looks of it. Far north down to one player. Didn't quite catch that on the elimination feed. I would love to see which one took it in terms of the elimination. A lot of those teams around far north, Nalune on their own. They're going to have to go for the 1v1 and they will be able to find a Medina. Really unfortunate here for here decides Camo. Kimura ladies really just struggling in this game tonight. Unfortunately already out actually. And that will only be one elimination point for them. They're going to have to pick it up on these next two games later on tonight if they want a shot at those finals later. Still all to play for though. We know how much these teams can pull out in only 2 games. Major Pride looking for a position here as stage 1 is going to close up. Shortly going to come in stage 2. It's going to be a slightly more southern zone we saw earlier on. Going to be more towards the main portion of Sanhok. Nothing too scary for now. No crazy split across the 3 islands. Do expect a lot of these players to be looking towards more of the coastal line still. There is some of the zone still on that southwestern island. So teams looking really at the L compound, looking at Boot Camp Hill could also be an option for these teams, especially as we move into phase 2. And we can see Galatasaray there occupying such a location. Boot Camp Hill is going to be there for the taking. Galatasaray very decisive on these high grounds, key points on the maps. Did the same with Miramar, down on the south in those high ground spots. Looking for those early picks. Have only found one. And looking for potentially more. But no one around them just yet. And it's a quiet day sometimes. Here on the jungle. Now that the initial action has subsided. Barca Sports just chilling. Enjoying the safari. Love a good tri-row compound there. Down in the middle of those 3 hills, there is that compound. And Barca do occupy it. Back road to Galatasaray. Looking over, you can see just towards the side of Barca. You can see Taj as well. Not spotting anyone out there on these major hills. Galatasaray will be shot down though. Some shots going through from, I would assume that is Barca. Oh, or Nusix also here from Taj, who has spied Toffee as well. So they will know that that location is occupied. And really important also information here for some of these teams to just poke a little bit. Does give your position away. It does also give you information though, if you can get one of those knocks, if you can get a flush on which team is occupying that location. As O10 Esports. Definitely no one going to be wanting to contest them just yet. I mean, O10 have been an absolute rampage, a stormer of a tournament so far. De Muerte as well, really growing, I think, as this tournament and each game passes through. They are the ones here on top so far with 5 eliminations. Remember, if you've got any players, any teams you're wanting to cheer for, make sure to root for them in the chat. I'm always reading the chat. I'm reading it as we go. And as is so, we'll go up towards Modern Orange side of where it was originally positioned. Boot Camp, slap bang in the center. Quarry still available. Expecting maybe Demorete to wrap around just towards the south of those quarry side. Look towards those more warehouse buildings just above the word of quarry itself. You can see DG as well occupying another one of those spots who... Actually, they will keep that location. Taj Revenger, however, I have to hold my breath because Taj Revenge, that was not a pretty sight. Avert your eyes for what just happened to the solo player. Unfortunately, Major Pride, that was an absolute tooth and claw onto the solo player. Thailand Gaming. Going to be down also here with a knock. Going to be looking around their location. Going to be a bit more quiet here. Of a spot for them. Not noobs are going to look to occupy that position. And I'm hoping we can see something from them. They have also been fairly quiet overall today. Still to get off the board when it comes to those points overall. Not able to pick anything up, unfortunately, in, I believe, our first 2 matches. There is still time. There is still time for all these teams. No one is out yet, and unfortunately, I may have cast a custom. I'm sorry. Kuzanuki is going to grab one onto Not Noobs, and they are very split. They were trying their best to come together onto the compound to see if they could grab an elimination or 2 onto Titan, but Titan, they have been just at a real difficult force to stop today, and it will even be a 1-for-1 trade onto FLQ. Fudabar should be revived here. The captain will get the information away. There come through the flush onto those extra players. Anuki will clean up FLQ on the second, and up to 3 there. And Not Noobs down to 1. Not Noobs still alive though. 1 player alive, and they will be still in this game. A quieter game. Not all too many eliminations when it comes to a second phase. A lot happened in that first phase, and now as these teams finally come together into the center portions of this next zone in towards boot camp, of course silently here, already occupying these big warehouses towards the north. Lisa Kitty keeping an eye on their intruders. Razva gonna step back, silently not wanting right now to fight too much in a position head on to DG. They will grab 1 knock though. Razva did take the shots almost to a trade. Shamanka, though, keep in mind there as well, is going to be knocked on the back end. Euphoria trying to wrap around. Lisa won't be able to find a nade. They are inside a building. It's just too difficult of a position for them to be able to grab that flush and that elimination onto the side of DG. They will be able to get back onto those 4 players altogether, and it is still that woman disadvantage of Razva here, and only the trio. DG still with the 4 members. Shamanka healing up slowly. Keep in mind as well, they also have to deal with here S2 female behind them. Coming in a 3rd team towards the boot camp warehouses. Slime Machine, one of the solos, though, gonna keep quiet. Gotta be careful not to get spotted here by Naloon. Coming in on the south. You can see both of those solo players, both for far north, both for Sly. Crucial with both of them get these points as they can. These placement points. That zone gonna be very favoured here towards O10. That L compound really has unfortunately gone back towards all of those 3 islands. We said that it was mainly the northern points of the mainland portion of the points available to these teams, and now it's all for playing for on any of these islands actually. O10 really a brilliant position, and Galatasaray, who have been sat here for a long portion of this game on Boot Camp Hill, they're also to defend the high points. Down inside of Boot Camp though, it is a bit busy with S2 female and also DG. We got to see how that will play out for. But for now, Kimetsu enjoying a bit of the blue. Unfortunately, far north, speaking of blue and speaking of danger, they're going to have to wake up a bit because its holiday time is over and you cannot sip in that blue juice no more. Naloon is there and Loon wants to survive and controls the blue position. Slime Machine, unfortunately, big issue though. Gets caught inside of the fire there, of the molly. Going to lose more of that health bar. Crucially, MGK just cannot get under. And it's not the under part that they need to worry about. This window is behind them. S2 female grabbing their DG as well. Capitana going to grab through Shamanka. Another one of the points for them. And S2 getting a pointer on the board. Kimetsu still alive versus Naloon. They've got the smoke. They've got the first aid. They can stay there a little bit longer, but they need to make a move. And all the meanwhile, inside the lobster building before you is going to grab a double. DMR, Demorate just too close together. And that nade will silence them down. Only 5 eliminations. Still something for them. But that's all they'll grab. Sly Kimetsu crucially grabs that elimination for himself. Really important for here, the side of Slime Machine, to keep themselves in this game, to keep that opportunity alive for placement points. Galatasaray, meanwhile, versus Major Pride, gonna catch one onto Satana. Satanova here, Toffee, gonna grab the nade. Toffee takes another. Painkiller's up. Galatasaray stepping in. The support as well as there. Mari needs revived. The smoke as well for Toffee. They're down to the 1v1. 1v2. They're going to use the stairs and Major Pride know it. They will not get baited. But will they rush up? Will they look for the nade? They will go in for one. Karin. One at a time is a big mistake in Major Pride. Going to be reduced to the solo. Toffee absolutely blasts them. The DBS knowing for his work. And a one shot. And they will just do that. Another headshot added to the list. And for pros, really is going to be a difficult time. Stuck inside the small room. The nade comes in. Pros damaged down. Toffee steps in. DBS in hand. Will blast down. Pros and Major Pride all but eliminated in this game. S2 female as well. Looking here for Capitana to revive. Slime Machine's inside for a swim. Is that zone. Will go away from both of those islands. Down into boot camp and down into where all the action is. That zone loving the action this evening. But for you, somehow, through all of that fighting, though, they are still the ones majorly in control of this location inside of boot camp. But they do need to come together. They need to come together for sure, because there are a lot of players now coming into the boot camp location. And being so split, it is a very vulnerable and risky strategy that they're playing, where all of them are on their own. There's no ability for those revives. No 10. You can see when they are on their own, they get caught out. S2 as well. And you lose your life in this match. Barca Esports holding up in this northern warehouse. The zone goes away from them. Straight slap bang in the center of boot camp. And it's all on before you to control this game. Galatasaray, they've given up that control. They're stepping back in together. Slime Machine will finally fall to the blue. And we're down to our final 7. All points for placements up here. Now in the top 8. Galatasaray using the underground sections, the bunkers here of boot camp to navigate closer. Taj, they're going to lose one. DG, they're going to lose another. Taj, are going to be eliminated. Yakacheva, they'll fall here to the side of Barce. And Barce will clean up silently as well. Moving in as much as they can from the warehouses. But it's DG who catch them on the rotation. Raspa, though, was behind and waiting and will clean up the rest of them. DG Satan sent packing down. And Barce, all the while, through the chaos, were able to get in. DG were not able to finish it off, and Barce do get into the zone. Down to our final 4 teams, silently away in 5th. They could not make it inside the boot camp fort, which is now completely occupied. Down towards the south, the zone goes. And it's all on here. Barce gifted here, really, this zone. That warehouse they control. Before you, they're going to have to recoup. They're going to have to get back together because Galatasaray, they're going to look to cut them off here on the under section. O10 as well, they're still alive. Big names. And it's all anyone's to take here in this 3rd game. Aura coming together before you, recuperating as that full squad. Galatasaray stepping further in. Before you, they can hear the footsteps. They know something's up. You can see Andrea inching ever so closer. Looks for the nade on. The damage counters are there. They know that they're there. And Halal is blown into smithereens. Toffee as well. Galatasaray's hopes may be over, but before you, can they steal this position away with Galatasaray down? Mari is still alive. Carly is there reviving Halal. Toffee utilizing themselves is almost a point of vision, a point to push towards Barce with. How many nades do they have? O10 are still there peeking over, and Galatasaray have an absolute horror of a position. Toffee needs to come back up. They've been having the game that they need. They've got these 7 eliminations. They get themselves back and healed. How Galatasaray have managed to survive this game. How they survived the pit between 2 different teams, I do not know. There goes the other though. Halal back down immediately. O10 throwing the nades of her own. Barce chucking in some as well. Galatasaray dodge them all for now. The smokes utilised, but not well enough. Carly blow it into the face with an aid. And before you, they spy their opportunity. Barce too eager as well. Will lose one. Galatasaray barely keeping themselves alive. Toffee trying desperately to keep them up, but it won't be enough. Galatasaray eliminated in 3rd. Barce in 4th, barely behind them, and it's all down to O10 versus before you. But Andrea has Seren. Seren throws so. The Molly down, but it won't be to any success. Down to 1 player, O10 go. Indalina. It's all curtains for O10, and it's before you who will take the victory. Before you, a fantastic position there inside of boot camp. They controlled it well, and they came together even better as that team to obliterate their opponents. Quite literally, with those grenades and all. It is, I think, really important here for before you to increase themselves inside of the standings, of course, as well. They were slightly falling behind some of those other top teams, so to be able to take them out, be able to get those elimination points off them, and get that chicken dinner is what they are really going to be wanting to get themselves inside of the top of Group A and into those finals. And I think as well, for the fact of Barce to get themselves in to the top, that's going to be them also getting themselves to that top 8 for sure. Indeed it will be. Placement points, so 10 of course for the chicken dinner before you. 7 eliminations going towards them in their journey to victory in Sanhok. A Sanhok game delivering in a Sanhok way, I think we could say here. With the amount of action that we saw in boot camp towards the end, it was a little bit of a lull in between, but my golly, did it come towards a climax at the end of that match. 221 meters longest elimination distance. No surprise to see that a short one, judging by how compact all of those teams were. Not even surprised, quite frankly, when it went to Ara was on a tear of this game to be able to get as many eliminations, to do as much work as she did for Before You. 56 eliminations, only 140 throwables used as well. Slightly less when it comes to the rest of the maps, of course. Sanhok, it was ever so slightly quieter towards the mid portion. A lot of those throwables all used towards the end. Those smokes, those nades, and there were a lot in Galatasaray. I think they ate quite a few of them. Indeed, is 5,724 healing, one of the higher ones for our games as well. No, not as much headshots. I thought there would be more headshots. I think they all went towards those teams fighting inside of boot camp, but certainly the amount of close quarter combat fighting that we saw, I would have expected there to be a few more headshots coming out of a game. Nevertheless, Toffee, one of those players who were delivering on the headshots we saw, absolutely blowing players open with a DBS, was those 8 eliminations that she was able to acquire them with, and the damage there also going over to her, the assist even, to help her team out. I mean, Toffee, no surprise, I think, to see her with the amount of work that we know that she can be capable of doing in Sanhok. We know that she can be capable of doing inside of these games as a whole. Was, of course, keep in mind, one of our top 5 eliminators of the mid-season showdown in the finals. Galatasaray, of course, are defending champions, as it were, of these tournaments here. But the Lady Legends Showdown is definitely stepping up to be something of a showdown indeed between here, Galatasaray, and some of these other teams in the top who are the newcomers, Barca, O10, Before You even stepping up, and big improvements from them. I think Before You definitely have grown a lot since our last tournament that we saw them in. I mean, now to see a dominant performance like that in Sanhok from them, something we really were excited to see them grow and be able to do what they just did. And Galatasaray Esports, their O10, as we said, also the other newer challengers here alongside Barca, 3rd and 4th position of that match ranking, silently as well, and DG. I think DG really stepping up here as well this game. You have to look at the fact the elimination points that you'll be able to get, the placement points, a couple of them there will be really crucial to fighting around that lower end of the second half of the leaderboard, because that wasn't so many points to get into the top 8. I think the cutoff was about 6 or 7. So going into this third game, getting a couple there is really madness in terms of getting into that top 8, getting into the finals. A lot of the points, of course, as we said, soaked up, as it were, through those eliminations, through the top teams. Titan Gaming, unfortunately, Midge Pride there, a couple of our big names going to be on the second half of that leaderboard. Unfortunate game for them. Major Pride just getting, I think, caught in one too many skirmishes there, struggling in towards this game in Sanhok. Titan, they also did mention Sanhok was one of their least confident maps, so it is not so much of a surprise that they do end up falling down. They said they were going to be aggressive though, and they were just that. They went down in 10th at least with the 3 eliminations they were able to grab from the early portions of the game. Everyone picking up a point though. Everyone getting something when it comes to a Sanhok match. 11 though, of course, elims, and the damage the highest, no surprise, from Galatasaray. I would have actually expected a bit more, maybe even from Before You. I thought they would have put even more damage than they did already, judging by just how much they did towards that end of the game. I think a lot of their damage came from the end portion, when they were bombarding Galatasaray, when they were putting down the pain onto Barca and also O10 to get to that victory. Yeah, I would have expected a little bit more. I mean, even DG, Dark Satan, doing more damage, surprisingly, than Before You, who were, yes, skirmishing a lot in the game, but they didn't have that ending they maybe wanted. They weren't towards the end portion of that game where all that damage was, so to see them ahead, interesting to say the least. If you are, of course, rooting for your teams, just like O10, just like Before You, just like Galatasaray, be sure to send some love in the chat. I see even some more Galatasaray. Galatasaray definitely the favourites when it comes to the chat support here on the live stream tonight. Toffee, speaking of Galatasaray, in the top 5 eliminations for this game. Nuzik's going to be there in a second position. Erangel as well with the 3 eliminations, and make it 3 all across the board with NKK and also Zero going to be in that 5th position. I think, to be fair, an even board all the way through. I mean, Toffee, of course, absolute tear, but overall, very even in terms of those eliminations. Galatasaray back on top, ever so slightly, over 010. Going to have those 29 eliminations, and just ever so slightly those more placement points to get them there before you, though. That victory, getting them up to the top 3. Our top 3 all with a victory so far tonight. Silently just behind Titan Gaming and Demuerte Barce. Major Pride all within the qualification spots, of course, to get into finals on Sunday. Taj just ever on the edge. 1 point behind him, and you can see it really is close, and it is in this top 8 a chance for all of these teams. I mean, with 2 games still to go, Miramar and Erangel, they have for sure opportunities for all of these squads to be able to make it inside our top 8. They just need to show us what they're made of in these final 2 games, because we are, as much as there is opportunity, running out of games to get into those finals. There's only those 2 matches left, and then we're going to chop off the bottom half of these teams from the tournament. It is what it is. That is the brutality of this Group A and Group B qualifiers. Speaking of the fight, though, in towards being as brutally epic as possible for the MVP race, it is going to be Toffee with these 13 eliminations and 1900 damage, still on the top here, versus Halal. Her teammate for the MVP is a bit of inter-team rivalry for that $50 for the MVP race. First and second, both for Galatasaray here. 010 slipping with the 3rd and 4th and the 5th position. Fusabar just edging over Milena there to get inside of the top 5. Anouk and KK in that 8th and 7th position, and Tori and Alyssa for Before You and Silently in that 9th and 10th spots. All over that 1,000 damage mark, almost 2,000 damage for Toffee, and I should say actually we are at 2,000 because Halal is there in 2nd position with it, and I'm hoping actually, I wonder if we can get over 10,000 damage. That's going to be my goal. I'm going to bet that we've got 10,000 damage as our sort of goal, we could say, for MP. That's going to be my prediction. I don't know what your predictions might be, how much you expect the damage to be done, but 10,000 I think is a safe bet. I think we can reach 10,000 if we're already 3 games and 2,000 damage in. We got another 2 games tonight and 5 games for our qualifiers on the finals to continue that damage counter. And as we are going to now head, speaking of games, over to Miramar next for our final desert encounter for Group A. And I'm curious to see if anyone will be able to take down 010 here, because they were, of course, our victors on the last Miramar map. So to see them go into the next game, let's see what these teams have got and what they've got up in their sleeve to take down some of these teams at the top. We'll see you there.
You're looking like a sign of grace, I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. Came in and you're looking like a sign of grace. I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. I didn't notice it was out of place. You painting fairy tales on the wall, calling to the better of the halves of me. Please show me just a little bit of honesty. I hope I got a heart that I can salvage, but it's getting harder now to recall. I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. I didn't notice it was out of place. You painting fairy tales on the wall, calling to the better of the halves of me. Please show me just a little bit of honesty. I hope I got a heart that I can salvage, but it's getting harder now to recall.
Welcome everyone here to what is now our fourth game and only 2 more games to go for our final couple matches here for Group A, should I say, is we are going to be heading over to Miramar next. We are going to be jumping back to the desert, where O10, if you missed it, did take down the chicken dinner victory spot for the previous Miramar game. If you just also missed Sanhok, though, you missed even more when it came to the action in boot camp we just had before you take the last win of the day. And to be fair, I think that around the top teams, there's a lot of competition. But you know what? Even more so is the opportunity for some of these teams down in the bottom side of the leaderboard, because there's barely points to qualify inside the top 8, because all of these top teams have taken so many eliminations, so many points out of the pool for these other squads, that I believe it stands only at 11 points for the 8th position right now, with Major Pride on that bubble. So with 2 games to go, one good game, one good chicken dinner, that looks like it could even maybe just qualify these teams into the finals on Sunday. So it is all to play for everyone still here. We got some more support in the chat going for these teams. We got bunch of support from Toffee from that last game. If you just missed Toffee's performance, 8 eliminations, which is why these folks in the chat are rooting for her from Galatasaray here. And also before you, some fire, some more heat, some more support coming for them for that win before you. I think really an improvement for sure coming through from our previous team before you. They really stepped up. They were good before, but they're pretty good now. They're pretty good to take a chicken dinner home already in Sanhok in a chaotic boot camp finish. All of these players over this zone is going to be a slightly different one, slightly more horizontal, as it will be going upwards along more of that eastern coastal line of the desert. If you can believe the desert does have an ocean at the bottom of it. It will be a lot of players though around Los Leones. Can't even see Los Leones. There's that many little circles around it, and it is going to be centered around Los Leones. Oh my goodness! It's a Highland Wolf special. It's a Los Leones central zone. I'm sorry, everyone. It had to happen. We had one more game left tonight. We highlighted, we foreshadowed it. But Los Leones is the Highland Wolf speciality for the zone. Me in the zone. It's just a match made in heaven with Los Leones. It has to be. S2 female. Speaking of opportunities, speaking about going to heaven, one of these ladies, they're going to go there temporarily, at least for Erangel. That will be one going over to S2. And unfortunately here, for the side of Taj, they are going to be one player down. And Taj Revenge also struggling a little bit in these recent games. They had a decent showing in the first Erangel match, but just haven't quite found their groove since the second and the third game. DG as well. Gonna be able to, Duxatan get themselves in a little bit of a pickle here versus the side of Barce and Titan. Akulka catching out Romantica, going to complicate things here. And Shamanka as well, as we said, Barce overlooking this team too. They're going to lose the second, so Romantica already out. Euphoria literally out of there, has given up on the team. Fair enough, because honestly, you ain't getting in there to support that team from that position. And Barce should be able to pick up that other elimination. The bleed out should at least come through, unless Titan can snatch that elimination through from them. Kate is getting closer. Speaking of closer even here, Sly, Kimetsu very far here from the rest of their squad against Violent Wings. Sly stepping in though. They've had banned Verinda. They've just about got MTV. And they will look to try grab that elimination knock. There is one speaking of against DG again. Barce looks like they have confirmed that second elimination onto DG. And speaking of second elimination, Lone Wolf will be the second to fall. MDV barely alive, will dodge out one nade for now. This unfortunately does just look like lights out for MDV. Slime Machine, they're coming in. And it's a forced entry. Up the staircase they will go. And it will hunt down MDV. All 4 players together. There's going to need to be one whopper of a grenade to stop here. Slime Machine is not going to appear. It's not there. And neither is the side of Violent Wings. Unfortunately, 16th position for Violent Wings here in this final Miramar game. They've got one more game to get up there into the top 8. And they're going to need a big one because they ain't getting any more points. Then Zilch for his 4th one. Slime Machine, 4 points crucially for them as well. They needed these points to keep themselves up and towards that upper echelon of teams and into the qualifying for Sunday. And also keep in mind, these players, as much as they're playing for Sunday, they only also have 1 day's break, remember, between today, Friday, and those finals. At least they do get that break. They do get to watch Group B tomorrow, if they so choose. See their teams that they're going to be competing against and get prepared for the finals. That is a slight advantage for Group A. The advantage, of course, of Group B is you do also get to watch and you also get to relax and you get to have a great Friday night watching Group A go at it. Group B tomorrow on the Saturday night is Barca Esports here inside just one of these teams, many teams inside Los Leones. Going to continue their looting phase through this stage 1. Major Pride gonna step towards more the outskirts here of Los Leones, you can see in these hangars, and towards more the western exit of Los Leones. It is a little bit trickier, we could say, going out this way for Los Leones, or Los Leones, or should I say, actually, I believe this could be, I might be absolutely silly here, because this does look like Chumacera, if I am right, actually, should I say, apologies, should say Chumacera here. Major Pride will be there to loot up, nevertheless, the area. Chumacera also equally going to go into what I was going to say was that difficult sort of barrier between Los Leones and Chumacera itself. It will be interesting to see if teams try to navigate that more open space coming up to the hill towards Los Leones with so many teams already around that area. Titan Gaming, MNRQ, they have looked like they found them. Not noobs. They're just really struggling today. I don't know what else to say, really. I mean, they do be struggling. That is for sure. We can make some puns about them. Yeah, I know you're thinking about it, but honestly, respect. Like, if you can come up here, and you can compete against some of these players, and you show what you've got, like, respect for the confidence. And you know, not noobs. They just need one good game. They've only lost one player. They still got a trio. This is another game after this. It's still anyone's game. As we said, anyone could make it into this top 8. Is FLQ, XSQ, Ezzo, just holding out in the hangar. I believe they will just stay there. I would hope they stay there. Titan, a very advantageous spot over them. Great vision. Yeah, over the more eastern entrance, and the way this plane path has gone as well, a lot of these teams likely to be predicted towards more of that eastern side. And so, Titan have the idea. They have the idea down. Keep in mind, only this game, as we said, and the next one, we've got to see who will be the ones to find success. Speaking of success in terms of who you're cheering on, some more before Major Pride. Cat Vein is in the chat again, rooting for these two teams. Galatasaray as well, getting some more love. And Kanansik, you really love Galatasaray. I love the absolute devotion every 2 minutes in the chat. Galatasaray. With the hearts. You gotta add the hearts. support here. If you want to support your team, put a support in the chat. Send me a chat message. We can share the support out over the stream for your favorite players, for your favorite team. Each Pride here. On, as it were, the Lions Pride Rock here. Over the lookout towards Los Leones. Everyone just getting their position carefully, looting up as you do. A lot more looting, speaking of, going on in this game. A lot of fighting we had in the last one early on. S2, surprisingly, alongside here, Barce haven't even caught each other yet. There was the one knock earlier, there was the one elimination that they did manage to pick up, but it wasn't anything more than DG. Galatasaray as well coming back in towards the end here of S2 female. So we will have to be careful as they set their sights up towards these high construction towers. A great lookout position, unfortunately for not noobs. Titan, they've come down from that lookout position. And FRQ is just going to be the last one to fall. Not Noob's Eternity. I'm not sure what really went on to allow Titan Gaming to be able to get down off of that gigantic ridgeline and get through the open space. But nevertheless, they managed it, and 5 elimination points so far is their reward. Galatasaray will not lose another from Futubar, up still on that high ridgeline, overlooking Galatasaray. Will not let, as much as they can, Galatasaray come into this compound to stop them. This zone very much has centered though now around Los Leones. A lot of these teams are going to look towards that location. I think Puerto Paraiso, honestly, a bit of a sleeper spot here. A lot of these teams could rotate down and around these mountainsides of Puerto Paraiso if they so choose. That is still very much inside of his zone. Those more southern hillside spots. And really Sly Machine, one of those teams that could be looking towards it. Those northern teams who need a way in would be much easier to navigate that area. At least we can see would be much easier to navigate that area than the more open space. Of course, so teams may expect there to be a couple of those squads inside of that more hilly area, we could argue, with Puerto Paraiso Hills on the more coastline, as we said. Galatasaray, though, they're going to be moving up, they're going to be speeding up in towards the side here of Taj. Taj, they better get ready, because they are being boarded on top of a hill, and their home is being invaded. Can they seek revenge, though? Punny. If you were catching that one, Taj Revenge. They gotta get the revenge on here, Galatasaray. They took them out already earlier tonight. And Galatasaray are looking to do it again. Taj have a better angle though this time around. You can see Halal hasn't quite got up there on the mountain. Was knocked now, and Galatasaray looking for an angle, looking for a way up, but they haven't found it just yet. Titan, meanwhile, taking out Halal. That's a big knockdown, and Kali also being knocked too. Galatasaray in some real trouble now. Even though Taj not escaping the power of the Titans just yet. They also almost lose one. That shot coming through, putting them down to about 30% HP. Prober is going to heal that one up, but they're going to feel it. And Taj Revenge, they feel that pain as well. Still coming through from Los Leones. There's those high ground players from the rest of S2 female, and also Barce have their own locations. You can see Barce, they've caught Prober. And that'll be another as Titan Kate will even finish off Carly, and it's a bit of a disaster for these teams. On the edge of Los Leones, they just cannot quite find an angle on the top of that hill. You can see Barce, the excellent angle that they have over him. Even Titan, Barce, really crucial position here for them with Zeros, has to stay alive. It's going to give not only a lot of position, but a lot of power towards the Barce's area here in the central belt, as it were, of the city, the inner city. Zeros eyeing up Taj. Yes, sip a little bit of an edge drink. get it back onto the scope. You can see. Zooming in onto Taj again. S2, we can hear them as well in the distance. Titan there. Repositioning as well. Looking to close the gap. Titan looking for a big move. You can see the rotation coming round. They're looking for that northern ridge. They think they've cleared it. And they're looking for Taj. They think they've gotten rid of Galatasaray as well. And now they spot their opportunity. And unfortunately, Kate will be the first to be knocked. And they just did not respect here Barse, who also had an angle onto Taj. And that'll be one knock, and that'll be a stop to the push for now. Titan will be able to live. They will be stopped, but they will not stop Taj from falling. Taj down now is a 14th position team. Some of his squad's really struggling tonight, but there is still one more game to go. There is still an Erangel match after. And it is all to play for the top 8, as far as we've seen so far through the first 3 games, through what we've seen so far in game 4 here. One game could still change it all for everyone. Barse playing a patient game here as Titan. The control they've got though on this hill, 9 eliminations. They have been a force to be reckoned with. Multiple eliminations for every single game, even the ones where they've had a poor replacement position. They have been on a tear, and they have been in that top 5 all night long in terms of our teams overall in the standings. And Kulka going to continue to smoke up the position. It looks like they're looking for some more information. They're looking onto S2. They're looking for a pick, and they found one. They found Swan. Can they find Freya? They will even. Futabar grabs both. Kulka with the help on the spray. And that is disastrous here for S2. They will lose one even there. Futabar will be able to confirm even one of the knocks. They can see Raven, but brilliant shot through from Raven. Snipes down Futabar. And that's going to be one that they're going to feel in the morning. Futabar really not quite respecting that little bit of an angle that they had. We saw Raven peek out once, and they only needed a second to line that shot up. Akulka going to have to get out of Eagle as well. Go on foot to help here. Futabar, who is really far away from their team. A huge 2-2 split coming through here from Titans now with Futabar out and needing that help. Barse, however, they've stepped back out from Los Leones and into Major Pride here, who had this position on the southern end. It's a double knock though. It's brilliant and it's beautiful through from Phaser. Sela looking to seal the deal onto the 2 here in the front as they step back onto to Corinne. Sela looking for the flush. They look for one, but Corinne's found one. It's Satan over actually who will finish it up from the back end. And Phaser, it's all going horribly wrong. Is the rest of Silently are coming in. Kitty's going to grab one onto Phaser Grau. And Zeros, suddenly they found themselves as a solo. They're driving over it. And when you can't fire down one, you just drive over the other. You take down pros as well. And that will be both of them gone. Zeros will clean it up, but the damage is there. They are down to 2. At least they can still revive the side of Scylla after it all. Satanova, though, still alive for Major Pride. Still keeps them in the game. Satanova even looking for a bit of a peek up here on the hillside. They won't be able to manage it. And it's a bit too aggressive here with Demoerti behind them. And here, Major Pride will fall out of the match. It moves away from Los Leones down towards the south. Demoerti now, we saw them just then in the center of the zone. A big shift down towards the south, all the way down to the coastal line. Even O10 Esports here have got a position inside the south. Far north first is also DG. You can see them now on our screen. Corey Looking to pincer in onto Euphoria. A brilliant 1v1 through from Hikori. Crucial. And now will bring DG down to just a solo player. Shinobu out in the open, trying their best to navigate into the next building across, but Sarah has spotted them, and Sarah will look for the shots and nade in as a support. Sarah down to the last bullet, but they manage it. And that will be DG taking down 2 more for Far North. Crucial, these elimination points. As we said, it is important for these teams to be able to get whatever points they can get in these last 2 games. And my goodness, is that a shift. A second very hard shift south. The zone is gifting it to O10. It is determined for an O10 double on Miramar today. But they gotta defend their position. They've been given the zone. They are on the low ground. There's a lot of high around them. In B4 here, also another one of those teams who are very competent when they are gifted that high ground. We saw what they can do with it just 1 game ago on Sanhok. And oh my goodness, is this game coming to its own. Far North even going to take down Titan, we saw on that elimination feed. Titan struggling here to get down towards such a far south position. Demorete absolutely putting on the 6th gear. NKK going as far as they possibly can. They have spotted, I believe, at least now, the other side of O10 Esports, Demorete. They will stop on this hillside. Holding firm for now. Demorete looking for a position. They've thrown an 8 out, so it has O10. But none will be found just yet. Titan getting 1 back in Hikori. Meanwhile, in the elimination feed, you can see O10. They will lose 1 to Demorete now, but it will be a return. 1 for 1 is Siren. Finds the nade onto the other. It will be Delina who grabs that one with the nade. But Siren's position helping out. Unfortunately, too far forward, though. Is that position? But Tesha punishes it. And now it's in for the 1v1 inside the building. The reload. Back into the DBS. Deciding if they want to go for the first aid. It's a risky one, but they do manage it. And that's back up Matesha. 75% health. Looking for the nade. So is Milena. They're looking for 1 each. But a wall should protect Matesha here. Mitigates the damage for now. Another one throwing in. That should be Milena down. It will be Matesha taken down. And down to 2. Demorete looking for what they can. Milita dodges another nade, but will take heavy damage. A very greedy here. First aid. Praying for Xenax's help. And they do bait down 1. They do bait them in for the flush. But Milita, they're being bombarded. More nades going in and another first aid required. Man, a repositioning is a 2-on-2. Looking for the house, looking for the edge of the zone, looking for a new position. Restock. Demuerte back to 3. They have the high ground. Back to 4. Now make that and Demuerte, they seem to just really have stormed over the position here of O10. They just couldn't defend it, and Ilsu will fall as well there to knock to Matesha. And now be Nilsu as well. As the next one to fall, O10 will fade away. Barce in some trouble now, as before you also on the edge of his zone. Looking for his compound. Is one of the, I believe it's now the only one inside here, stage 5, as it's shifted back to before you. O10 levers and the zone leaves towards this more westernly side. Sly trading here also with silently, you can see. Rasper going to lose 1 here. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And up to 3 here for Silently. It is also really their map here. We saw what Silently can do if they're given that position, if they're given that high ground in our previous Miramar match, and we know what they're capable of. Sly, desperate for some points here to get into that top 8 and secure a position inside that top 8 comfortably. Is all the while silently creeping their way into a position, into a cubby inside this hillside. And Titan looking to do the same. Silent do catch out Sly here. Freeps just did not see Kitty, did not see Lisa. And they're gonna find them all. Sly really just not looking that direction. It's gonna be even a third. And Lisa's finally gonna be shut down. But the damage has been done. They're down to 1. And they best hope that they've got some respite here from Silently, because Sly, they are in a pickle. But they do have the eliminations. They have the position. They just need to survive. They could get big points here. As big, maybe, even as Titan. So all down to play for if they can get those placements. Titan also holding up for now. You know that they've got what they wanted in terms of eliminations. They just want to survive. They want to hold on to this zone. They can see the power, the fighting all going through on towards the north from these players. Toffee trying their best to heal up. Barely survives that first nade. Another sent out of her own. That's all that she's got. And that's the final bandage. They're going to be able to play. Unfortunately, is Sly here. They find a snipe down onto the side of the car, and that will be, unfortunately, Galatasaray taken out here in 7th position. We're down to our final 6. Titan now stepping up. Sly now stepping up. Demuerte coming back in towards the center of the zone. They're the only ones with all 4 players. They're the ones that should have this center of the zone. They're the ones that should be able, with the numbers, to try to create some control in this game for themselves. Before you, though, have that building, you can see between the 2 of them, this pressure is enormous for these teams to try to fight through. On the north side, Kitty just trying to survive. Sly down in that 6th spot. 8 eliminations now with Sly's knocks for De Muerte. Before you going to hold as long as they can here inside of this building. Is stage 6 coming to its climax. Stage 7 now on its way. Silently, Kitty will fall. Titan stepping up as well. De Muerte spreading out. Trying to regain control of this new ship. They have to step forward to get there. Kulka's going to fall. NKK finds it. Finds one. Anuki. Looking for the next. The need. This one not going to be able to find success. It should bring down a Kulka. But before you are there, before you, they also have, keep in mind, this zone. There's one building inside of the zone. They've got it. If they can just get through it and onto De Muerte, but they have such a control. Here, De Muerte. What can Before You do this time around to retake this game for themselves? There won't be a Nuki to help them do it. They will fall in 4th, and here comes De Muerte. Here comes the zone, phase 7. It hurts. But it will hurt even more for Matesha, as Matesha's going to fall. They're trying their best, Andrea, to do what they can, but they will fall into 3rd, and it will be Barce to get 2nd. But they are stuck together. They also feel this zone, and it looks like a De Muerte game. A Spanish map. Here, win for De Muerte. And here, just to close it out, the Molly. They're also enjoying the Jeep. But for now, that's all they'll enjoy. Is an aid will be chucked in there and quickly dispatched off. Here, down 1 goes of Barce. Only 1 to go. Silla looking for a nade. can only really hope here for one more elimination. Can only hope to try all that they can do to get one more, but it won't be enough. Demorete, they will come through with that chicken dinner winner, and they will be our second Miramar victors here of the Group A games tonight. Demorete setting themselves up as what we expected to be one of the favorites of the group and possibly of the tournament. A big game for them will secure themselves into that top 4 position alongside our other winners. I also think that, to be fair, Barce getting those points, we saw Sly, we saw Titan getting those points, we're starting to solidify those top 8 players coming in to our final game later on shortly. But congrats once again, of course, to the side of Demorete to pick up that win. Barce with that second place as well. I think definitely a lot more control coming in through Demorete. Really well played to take down O10 and then to keep that control versus all of those players moving into those final evil shifts. I mean, they really shifted those zones down south and down towards the western side. 12 elimination points going to be given over to here Demorete Oxtent, and 22 total will definitely be something that they are gonna rise to the leaderboard with up through the rankings into, I would assume, that top 3 overall for these teams in Group A so far. We're gonna go to the match summary first though, and we'll check that out later because it is 0 this time on the longest elimination distance, only 369 meters, not as long as the 390 so from our first Miramar game, but it's still the second longest of the night on Miramar. Here, slightly less fireballs used again, not even reaching the 200 mark this time around. Slightly less rescues as well, but more healing done here. More healing and even in Sanhok. So it is going to be even more headshots. Even here we see from the match summary overall. So interesting stuff considering that we did have a slightly bit more of a quieter game. There were more healing being done, there were more headshots, and there were more longer fights happening, which is, I would assume, how we've mathematically got to those statistics. I mean, I'm only a little, like one person. I've only got a little brain, so I don't know. These numbers look pretty big, and I mean, speaking of big numbers, eliminations, 6 eliminations going to be through 4 side 34 damage going to be given to her, so she has been doing much more than the eliminations say, but the assists are there and the knocks are there as well. Akulka definitely doing much work in towards that mid game, that early game as well. Those 15 eliminations, remember, that Titan were able to gather through that 4th game, really going to ramp them up on terms of the standings, in terms of where they are in that game. I mean, they really properly took, I think, equally, I think, the most eliminations here alongside O10, I believe, who also had 15 on, interestingly, the other Miramar map. But it will be Demorete, Titan there with, of course, those eliminations that we talked about in 1st and 2nd. Barce going to be getting that 3rd position. Sly in that 4th position also with 10 eliminations for them, which was really crucial for them to get into those points and into the standings properly coming after those first 3 games where they were struggling. Before you silently 5th and 6th, far north though. Kimura Ladies, also good to see them inside the top. Fortunately for Kimura Ladies though, only 1 point. Far north definitely able to gather a few more here when it comes to the eliminations. Crucial that they get those extra points, and I'll be interested to see how close they are compared to that 8th position now, where we see teams like Sly stepping it up in that game that we've just had. We do move to the 2nd page. I'll be interested to see about those teams because I believe Major Pride are going to be one of them, and also some of the other squads. It's maybe we expect it to be more at the top. I think Major Pride definitely have been struggling today for sure. I mean, they look on the edge, they look on the cusp of that 8th place, and I think it would be a bit of a shock to see one of what I believe, if I remember correctly, was our finalist teams really just struggling when it comes to getting or the PMEWL to be able to get to the finals of this tournament. Is S2 female? They're only 1 point, 0 points for O10. Very surprising. Just couldn't hold that position. Just too much attention given to them via the zone. I would have liked actually O10 if they could have moved up in hindsight. Lovely thing. To move up towards where De Morete's position was when the zone moved towards them. I think also they were hoping they could hide a bit more. They were a bit scared maybe of all of the pressure of all of the teams coming down towards them. They didn't want to be on that northern end and catching all the attention of teams rotating into them. So I can see why they held back a bit, but just really unfortunate that they did lose out to De Morete in that pretty close fight, quite frankly. And yeah, 0 points given to them. They couldn't even pick up one of those knocks that they were getting in that long extended fight that they had. But nevertheless, it is over 3,000 damage given to Titan. I mean, that will break the 1,000-point ding counter that Neptura had last tournament. 3k is the new benchmark here for Titan. I mean, really bring it up that graph. And 2,000 points are also going to be given to De Muerte. Barce, 1,400 for them. Sly as well, 1,700, almost breaching at 1,800 mark. You can see again a lot of these teams really sponging up the points towards the left side of the graphs every single game. These teams more on the right definitely struggling, some of them to be able to really sustain themselves in these games. But there is one more opportunity for all of these teams. Keep in mind, there is still a Erangel to go. There's still one more match to be had, and still a shake-up that could happen when it comes to these points in this leaderboard overall. I'm hoping that we're going to see some more of a fight from these teams who really do need to pick up those points. Speaking of fight, we will also have our top 5 eliminations, of course. Is Anoka this game going to be picking up the 6. Matesha there with the 5. Zeros there with the 4, alongside Christo and Nuka, or Ananuka, should I say, on 3 eliminations there for the side of Titan. But either way, yeah, we are definitely looking now towards who is going to be our top 8. There will be definitely some solidifications of teams after that match that we will expect to see coming into the final game, who should already be qualified. I'm hoping we'll get to see a bit more of a closeness between some of these other squads. If you are rooting, this is definitely the last time as we head into our final game here, folks, to root for your teams who aren't inside of that top 8, because they will need your support to get there and to make it to the finals. It is all down to one more game's worth of points. One more Erangel for Major Pride, for Taj, Far North, DG, S2, Not Noobs, Kimura Ladies, Violent Wings. They've got to all get there. They've all got to get those points, because Slime Machine, they are on the cusp with those 10 eliminations they able to grab. But Barce have created a gap for themselves, so it really is all down to that 8th and 7th position. Silently should be, theoretically, you would think, safe. They are not mathematically secured, but are pretty comfy in that 6th position. It's all down to Barce and Sly to defend their spots here, particularly Sly Machine. Major Pride, a big name here behind them. Toffee, in terms of also a race here to the MVP, to the $50 at the end of the weekend. Whoever is in that number 1 spot is getting there. They are still in that top spot with 2,200 damage. Those 13 eliminations. They've got more damage, but Fudabar has now climbed up to 2nd and is close behind her for the side of Titan. And even Hilal taking that 3rd spot, still defending their way against the fellow Titan rival of Anouk there in 4th position. Barce's Zeros there in 5th. Seren for O10 Esports and also Alina for the same squad in 6th and 8th. Demoerte 7th and 9th there respectively, and before you in 10th, Tori bring up that final MVP race. Still, it is all to play for. We still got, of course, the rest of tonight, and also, crucially, the finals for all of these teams, who we can expect a lot of, or well, practically, let's be honest, all of these teams to be inside of the finals on Sunday. So we'll have to see what they can bring to the table to increase their standings and increase their opportunities for about $50 at the end of Sunday night. $1,000, remember, later for the finals for these teams to compete for. So it is important that these teams, if they want a chance at that prize money, they gotta fight for their lives in this last game to get to those finals. It's Erangel up after a short break.
Grace, I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. with you, painting fairy tales on the wall. Calling to the better of the halves of me. Please show me just a little bit of honesty. I'd hope I got a heart that I can salvage, but it's getting harder now to recall. I know well, but let out both try. You could have anything you wanted it all for your fool's gold. And I know well by death and half.
It's a cute Shiba badge. I don't know where I got it from, but it's a cute badge. And yeah, honestly, I don't know where I got this thing from. It was like €1, but you know, it is cute, and it is a Shiba. It's a cute Shiba, and to be honest, okay, I would like to confess, like I kind of said it at the start of the stream, but German Shepherds are kinda okay, but kinda a little bit like more cute, you know, like just a little bit more cute, German Shepherds. But you know, Shibas can take like a second place, okay? Like they can take like a second place. I mean, like let me know if you agree with me or not. Like, it's pretty late into the night, like, and I just had to like show off the cute badge that like I got for like €1 off of like a random store somewhere. So you know, like I just had to flex it, okay? And it looks really cute. It literally says cute on it, so it has to be cute, right? Like I definitely didn't get like scammed out of €1 for like for a cute badge, right? I can't wait till like everyone sees this like 5 minutes later in chat. They just come back from the break and all of you guys are just introduced into a Shiba badge. That would be great. Oh goodness. Oh well, we got one match left. Sorry, we got one. We are in PUBG, by the way. If you just tuned in, you're very confused at what you're watching. It's actually still Lady Legends Showdown, and it still is one more game here of Group A, still to go of tonight's games. If you just missed it, there was the win going through from De Muerte in Miramar, in our final Miramar match of the night, and we are, as you can see, if you have looked, it is going to be Erangel for the last game, and that is still a fantastically beautiful plane. I actually want it. I've actually decided that that's going to be like my plane that I need to get now. I need to look at how I get this one, but my goodness, I'm gonna get it. Like the Shiba badge was cute, but like that bear plane, my goodness, that is something when it comes to the cuteness levels. Yeah, that's also a very low plane path, by the way. That is a extremely low plane path towards Sofnovka, and I tell you who's going to be happy with that is Titan Gaming, and also I believe it was DG earlier on. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Actually, no, it won't be GG. Who was there? There was another team. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I promise. There was another team down towards the south that loved their south side. Either way, O10 and De Muerte are going to be looking towards, especially De Muerte here towards that southern end. It will be Titan Gaming to take more of the military base itself. More teams also going to be going towards the southern side of Georgia Pole, expecting, depending on where this zone goes, for teams to be making that route up to Georgia Pole. Would expect teams here or there to get an early car, make it towards the city, get as much loot as they can, and then drive to the zone, even if it is elsewhere. It really depends on where this first phase is going to end up going. I was hoping it wasn't going to go down towards the south, because that's going to really scuff a lot of these teams' plans. And that entire idea of going towards the northern side, because I was going to say that surely it will go somewhere nice for these players to still get back into the zone. Absolutely not. It's the final game of the night, and we got to wake up, because it is about a 40% water zone for phase 1, which is going to really put on the pressure for a lot of these players and speed up the pace of this game. Is Violent Wings going to lose one already? We're in there, not completely out, but definitely Kimura ladies are looking for those points, and indeed they will be too greedy for those points. Medina just walking across the road. Lone Wolf, not respected, and will punish here one of the Kimura ladies. Violent Wings, desperate for these points as well. They really need to get all of the Kimura ladies, and even more so. And with Galatasaray, the performance that they've been on tonight, and them also in the distance around that church area once again, it is not a pretty sight for either of these teams on our screens in the distance who need those points to qualify. They aren't inside of the qualification zone just yet. Remember, at the end of this game, it is only the top 8 that will go through to Sunday's finals. Group B tomorrow, and then 8 more will qualify, and that will be our 16. That will be all the teams for the finals on Sunday. Not a lot of turnaround time. They've got to be prepared, they've got to be adaptive, and they've got to be able to get those points, these teams, in this final game. E.g., another one of those teams who need the points, but Barset, who's really been on an improvement on a climb here throughout today. They've been getting 1 elimination point. You can see Shinobu's trying their best to flush out 1. They will find Zeros. That's crucial for them now to get a 2nd point back, but they've lost 2. They've lost 2 players here. Unfortunately here, the Kimura ladies only starting even with 3 players. It has been a rough night for them. Malika will chuck down a nade onto Lone Wolf here. Only going to take down to half HP, and there's not another nade to follow up, so Malika will need to move further to try finish off another. Carly will take, though, one of the knocks here for now. MVP is going to be falling down in the distance. That should make it slightly easier here for Kimura ladies to do something. I would like him to be a bit more aggressive, though. Especially you can see Galatasaray coming in from the distance. They need to do something to get these points. They need to be risky. They need to get these knocks and these eliminations if they want any chance at qualifying. And that's exactly what one of them are doing, at least. And MDV will fall. So will Bagheera, but it's going to be Toffee who picks that one up, and Hikori is even going to fall in the distance as well. You can see Far North struggling here. S2 also going to be within a fight. It's a three-way fight between here Far North, Titan, and also S2. All 3 of them going to be fighting up against each other. S2 Swan, though, going to be ended up falling for now. Raven there as well, going towards the forward. Looks like they do seem to be in a pickle, and it's Cade from the back. Here Anuki on the front. They're just picking them apart, and unfortunately for them, S2 Female just cannot hold this hillside. And Freya's the last one. Akuka's got the health advantage, but they don't even need it. Anuki is there from the background, and it will be a cleanup. Titan Gaming taking all 4, and unfortunately here for S2 Female, it just was not their night. And alongside here, the rest, they just will not be able to pick up the points needed. There's nowhere really else to put it. They won't pick up the points they need to qualify to the finals. Kimura ladies as well, down to 1. Really is a heartbreak for them. We wanted to see these teams, what they could do in this final game to come back and to give us a fight, to give us the power, the oomph that we'd be looking for. But it just wasn't there. Not this night in Galatasaray. What a force they have been. And rightly so. Defending champions, of course. PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown champions. They've got a reputation to uphold, and they are upholding it. That is for certain. But so are Titan here. They've reformed. Futaba as well. We heard earlier how they've reformed their team. They are alongside these newer players, O10, really showing us what they can do, what they are made of. O10 Esports as well. sharing the top 15 eliminations managed in a single game by both of these teams. Major Pride as well. Another one of these teams, keep in mind, in a 9th position. They have to get these points to qualify. Currently not qualified yet. Slime Machine's ridiculous eliminations that they got. I believe it's 8 or 10 eliminations. My short-term memory loss is kicking in. But Major Pride, nevertheless, they got kicked down by Slime Machine in that last game in terms of the amount of eliminations. They got Sly in that 8th position, also hungry for these points to defend that top 8 spot that they've just got. Tarch, one of these other teams still, of course, in the bottom 8. Would love an elimination here onto Kimura ladies. And to wipe them out of contention. But we'll not find them just yet. Holding also crucially, keep in mind this bridge location. We have to remember that as we do come to the end of this first phase, this is a very southern zone. And ladies and gentlemen, this could be an island finish here in our 5th game if this zone continues the way it has been going. We will have to see. It's all here to play for with the zone as well, as phase 1 is closing in. O10 Esports also looking at the more eastern side bridge here and the gas station, looking to keep this control and knowing that if this zone will shift further down, teams will come through this way most likely, and they can look for these eliminations from that point on. Titan slightly split here. Kate in amongst a fair few of the far north members down on what I believe here is more of the southern side. Yes, it is, as we can see here on the bridge. Kate moving out back to the team. Have spotted out the position of far north. Just a bit of scouting work being done as this game slows down, as these teams wait patiently for where his second phase will go. Very crucial for a lot of these teams to get these points. Far North, of course, one of those teams who do need those points, who do need that success. So Tennis Sports as well, holding up the gas station. And as we can check, we can have a little check-in the chat while it's a little bit quieter now of who you guys are voting for. Still some more votes here for Barsay, for Zeros, for Sila. Some love in the chat here from Silly towards these players. Support, also for, again, some more Major Pride for before you getting some love there as well inside the chat for his final game. This is, of course, your final chance to support your teams here from Group A before those qualify for finals. And heck, never mind finals. Look at that zone. Phase 2. If you want to get there to those finals, you have to prove it. You have to be able to prove it indeed, because that is a disgusting one. It is down on the south, and it is evil. There's not much more to say about it, but Sly Machine Far North, they will be liking this zone. It's going to improve their chances, get rid of some of these teams maybe on their crossing in towards the South Island. Kimura ladies, so horrible for them. They've got no loot, they've barely got any health bar to their name. But they are alive. Not for much longer. Never mind. Hey, that's a caster curse. I'm gonna sit down and apologize for that one, Kimura ladies. Well, they are out. That is it, and it is time to take them there to an early goal post. There's 5 eliminations for Titan here. Again on top of the elimination board so far. before you, speaking of the support for our teams, before you, just settling down here towards the edge of farm, ready to make their crossing soon, which they will have to make. But O10 here also around the area, as they are clearly well aware of. The baiting coming through didn't quite finish off the first elimination, and just looking far too long. O10 Esports punished for the extended spray onto the before you member. O10 Esports as well. Speaking of, they will even crash further into before you. They're looking for a bit more of aggression, but keep in mind they've already lost Alina. Nils is actually really one-on-one or two really versus four situation. Ara's still up, and well, Ara finally gets knocked, but at what cost? Nils is now down and is down to one player inside the fight. It's Seren finding one back into the 1v1. They find a second, and Seren keeping the hopes here of O10 Esports alive inside the north of this zone, but they have to hurry because this zone is closing in soon. 10 seconds until this blue zone is going to engulf that area. And as much as it may be phase 2, if they cannot find a quick enough way into that South Island, that will slowly do the damage. They need to keep this fight going, and before you, they just couldn't quite do it. Lena's there as well, and before you cleaned through out of this game. Down to one player, really. Galatasaray. Hilal going to step forward. They used a location to scout here. So were Titan Gaming using the exact same location here on the western side bridge. Into that triangle sort of position to hold the bridge. Have that further setback position to stop vehicles from making it deep into the zone. Hard revenge as well. Looking to eliminate one of the competitors to get inside of his top 8. Major Pride all over the location as a Taj Revenge, but they cannot find anything that's sticking right now in terms of an elimination. They haven't even knocked one, and they've already lost one themselves. Major Pride Bazumi is just going to zoom on out of there, recuperate back towards their teammates, and Major Pride just going to lose another down to 2. It's unfortunately for them. It is fortunate for here, Taj Revenge, 2 eliminations for them. O10 Esports that zone as well. Very quick to engulf these players on the main island. And now this is where we start to heat things up a little bit in this final game. O10, Barce, 2 of our top teams, both looking to cross the same bridge. Even a glider in use. Let's go, Taj Revenge. I love a good flight over towards the South Islands. They're trying. It's gonna be an interesting one. They gotta get over those rocks, and I don't know if they've got quite the height to be able to do so. It's a beautiful shot though of them. They've got some distance. They might actually make it. You just gotta hope at far north and Slime Machine don't notice a giant glider coming at them on arrival. Nevertheless, if they can get there, props to them. Barce Esports, Phaser, the rest of the team making their way over. Here, Demuerte, though, going to greet them. Tesha's trying to find a shot. They will find one on the buggy. The vehicle, the car will make it through, but for how long? Not that long. And Barce double eliminated away. Demuerte even going to find here Matesha. Another one onto Milena. Can they get a second? They're out in the open. They're in the blue. O10, Seren can't quite get out to find a shot, find the angle. And Matesha's looking for a buggy, looking for that protection as they step forward. But looking to keep a blocker on O10's chances. Milita looking to plug the hopes of O10 here in this final game. And there is Januzix. They have landed. It is a crash landing, but they have survived. It is no casualties so far, but it might be soon, as Far North has spotted them. As you would expect, a giant orange glider coming in towards them. There's a boat. They have found one. You gotta be careful though, that boat is weak, and the shots are being fired through, but the loom runs out, they have to reload, and it looks like they might just get round on that boat towards another side of Galatasaray. I mean, really, Target tried their best. It was a later rotation. They are going to be the Ducks of this game, but they try their best. They will get as far as they can in this game, and they gotta hope that that zone stays with them on the coastal line, because they ain't getting up on those rocks. But they are still alive. And here, O10, an absolute cloud that they have created to defend their position. They are still tanking though here is phase 3. It will turn into phase 4 very shortly. And you gotta believe a sense of urgency, really, for here, O10. But they've used a lot of resources there just to get to the bridge. They've not even got over the bridge yet. They still control this side. Alina has gotten some ground for them. They have found NKK, but they need to make these shots accurate. They shoot, but they miss. And Alina, down so low, stop to heal. NKK, they know that they've been spotted, and they're right on out of there. Into the vehicle. Can Alina find these shots? That's crucial. Yes, they do. They needed that to stop the Muerte from gatekeeping him any longer. And now that we're heading into stage 4, it's just too much damage. Taj, they somehow navigated the way up. They are climbing, and they have found a position on the edge. Somehow, some way, Far North have not been able to stop them. Anna just too eager, perhaps, there on the solo mission to stop Taj. And yeah, Anna is right where Taj was, and not in a good way. Is Adoriana slowly to fall? Sarah even in the water here, trying to find an angle, trying to help Nalune with the information on the locations here of the Taj members. But for Taj Revenge, they, to get themselves, keep in mind, all 4 of them, up onto the mountainside and across the cliff, enough even to survive. It is quite a feat. Slime Machine backed off though as well, keep in mind, up towards Novka, so they weren't there where we expected them to be to really stop Taj Revenge from coming in. Nevertheless though, this is still a very southern zone, and it is still difficult for here Taj to move out. They have the smokes, they have the utility that they will require. But for the side of, yeah, Slime Machine, they've got a much better position now in terms of stopping these edge players on the coastal line. Silently. Also keeping themselves alive here. Looking just for a few extra points just to confirm their position inside of that top 8. Very comfortable so far with their 35 that they've gotten in the first 4 games. Should be enough. A few more would not hurt just to confirm and get around the 40 mark. It's here, Taj Revenge just recently points. There comes a 4th. If they can grab it. This is a Kulka though for Sarah. They're looking for a Kulka even. And you can see they're hungry for what they can grab. And Jilavaya looking for the nade. They just separate in time. It will at least grab though Kimetsu. It grabs 1. And there will be the second nade to clean through the member. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure here what happened to Slime Machine, but they had a building. They had some control here inside of his zone. They seem to have lost just that. They have gone back to the building, the 2 players there. But they are split. They are using that solo off member to be used almost as information. They've got 2 players still there. And they are still alive. They haven't finished off Kimetsu just yet. And they do get back up. And now Kimetsu back as a 2-on-2. But silently, they gotta get back up here as a full squad. Jilavaya stepping forward with the smokes now. Edging in further towards the zone. There's even Titan. Big move here from Akulka to step in. Won't get knocked. No one wanting to reveal their position just yet. It's all a game of information here. Is Far North finally will fall, and Far North's hopes for the finals fade away with it. Taj holding firm for now. Slide trying their best. Alicio putting in a few shots here and there. The urgency as well. You got a feel for Sly, knowing that that zone is very much on the cusp of those buildings on the north. If it shifts down south again, they have to be able to create a space away for them to get inside of this zone. But for Sly, they haven't found any success just yet. Gristo down lower. They still got the first aid med. They're going to use the bandages though to heal themselves up, while they have the security of the building and the safety of the zone for now. 0-10 though. Next to fall. Just could not quite make it all the way towards that second point. Major Pride still alive. Crucial they keep themselves that way. Keep in mind, Major Pride started this game in 9th. They've only got one elimination. Galatasaray will fall as well. They need these placement points. But Sly are still alive. They're the ones in 8th. And suddenly even they're in 6th position. Gatekeeping some of the rest. But it's all on Taj. Major Pride here to get these elimination points, to be able to get themselves inside of his top 8. What can they do though? Is Demorete will fall to the play zone with the help of Major Pride. There falls another. Demorete barely keeping themselves alive, but Satanova, it is all gone wrong with a push in. Silently will take out Bazumi as well, and Major Pride are down. Demorete, should I say, just after Sly Machine. Down into the top 4. Solidifying, surely this should be a spot inside of the top 8. If they can just keep maybe a few more points, they will absolutely guarantee it. All 4 members alive. All 3 here though still for the side of Taj. It's the 4-man squad of Silently. All 4 ladies here still up, ready to edge their way into the northern and eastern end of this zone. Sly have slipped back down towards the south. Taj still outside of this zone though. Stage 6, 20 seconds. They have to do something. They have to find this knock. This zone is going to engulf them first, and Sly, they know it. They've just got to hold their position. They've just got to keep the information on Taj. Keep them pinned to this blue. Before as well. Before you there. Keeping themselves alive for the meantime. But Taj, they found Alicia. This is the break that they need. This is the break that they require to get into this zone, and Kimetsu immediately back into the vehicle to regroup here with Reaped. And Taj, they very swiftly move in. A ginormous smoke road to get them in. To block off the eyeliner of Sly. Aloka steps back. They find one. They find the second knock. They've got what they need, and Taj, they're getting the elimination points. They just need to grab this next one in. That could make it 7. It will. And Taj, they might just be in with a shot here for the top 8. In the final game, down to the top 3 teams. They have come back to life in Erangel. All 3 players still alive. But they have Silently to contend with. They have still the solo here of Sly. Gristo an absolute powerhouse when she's given the ability to be, when she's given the opportunity to get those eliminations. We know what Gristo can do still as a solo player, but it won't be enough. Slime Machine dispatched by Silently. Lisa will take that one. Lisa equally powerful within her own right, has been an absolute force to be contended with in the PMEWL. Now here on Silently with Rasper, bringing the power of Kitty and Jelvia. Jelvia there still. Kitty may not be there, but Jelvia certainly is. All three of them spraying into the grass. They've found, though, with that shot, the position of Taj. They know now where they are. Lisa, though, has been spotted first, and it will be Lisa, the solo, to fall. They're looking for the elimination point. They're looking for the extra. Taj, they know they need every single point that they can get in this game. Both teams now out the zone. Stage 8, 30 seconds away from the final one, but we won't get there, I think, because Jelvia is now down, and it's to the soloers, Rastfer and Taj. They know it. They can sense a victory in their eyes, and they will find it. They will get the chicken dinner. They will be the winner of this final game. And Taj revenge, when they needed that revenge, when they needed to get those points, they got those points indeed, and they will be, for sure, you have to imagine, inside of that top 8 with that victory. Well played to them. It was a hard zone, but they come out with the victory in the end. Silently as well, props to surviving to the final 2. Slime Machine inside of that final 3 as well. They tried their best, but it was here, as we said, Taj Revenge who come out on top. Still, Slime Machine, they were on the cusp, but they did get all of those eliminations. They did get 3rd position as well. So keep in mind that they probably still qualify. And we're Silently on 6th position, getting at 2nd place, getting those eliminations, of course, themselves. They should also, we expect to see them inside that top 8. I'm curious, though, who didn't make it. Because keep in mind, only the top 8 on this leaderboard that we will see soon will be going through to the finals on Sunday. So it is half of our teams that we will be saying goodbye to very, very soon. However, we gotta also see some of those stats, of course, I would hope. And keep in mind, it is still our winner, of course. There they are. Taj Revenge. 20 points to their name. 10 eliminations for themselves. I mean, really, Erangel does seem to be their map. Seems to be the life that we really see from them come through from Erangel. We saw it in the first game. We saw it in the last game especially. This is Turf. And still, speaking of Turf and speaking of eliminations, Maddie going right through all the terrain, 372 meters of it to find the longest elimination distance. 175 throwables used, even less than the Miramar game. We're getting less and less, but what we aren't getting of is headshots, which we have got to 11. Erangel sharing the most headshots there, 12 and 11. Less healing done, only about 5,000, about 1,000 less than some of our other maps. And slightly less rescues there as well. So, all, I think, realistically down to, of course, the brutality of that game. Of course, right with his zone going so far down so quickly. Yeah, sure, there was some healing going on, but not for long. There's a lot of fighting when it came down to that zone, jumping to the lower side. That's southern Sanhok evil zone to end us off tonight here. 4 eliminations. 618 damage coming through from Karoba. 2 knocks and 2 assists. Moving up with eliminations and also the survival time to keep in mind as well. To get them up into the MVP position. Keep in mind, $50 do go through, $50 to the top MVP player at the end of the tournament this weekend. Everyone looking to be that star every single game to get those $50, of course. And it is Taj Revenge, naturally, of course, as well, in that first position. Silently Sly in that second and third. Then Muerte in fourth position, interestingly, considering that they did fall fairly early in that game. The 4 elimination points, getting them there to that 7th position alongside Galatasaray and O10 Esports. Thailand, before you, Major Pride, they're all 7th, 8th and 9th. A slight heartbreak you have to feel for Major Pride. They needed, I think, more points here, especially with the power the Taj Revenge showed this game. 10th place there for Barca Esports. Dark Satan, 11th position. S2 Female 12th. Kimura Ladies 13th. Violent Wings 14th. Far North in that 15th position, of course. Unfortunate to see some of course, our teams that we hope to make more points in the leaderboard that final game, just not quite be able to. Far North, I think, particularly had a really great spot in that zone. And to get no points there, really unfortunate to see. They did get some damage, but to no success in terms of the final points and moving up in that leaderboard. 10 eliminations, of course, for Taj. We can see 1,492 damage. Slightly more damage coming through from Slime Machine. Much less so on the eliminations, and that's really just Sly trying to gatekeep a lot of these players away, being more of one of those teams early in the center of the very evil southern zone. Karuba, sorry, should I say, here with 4 eliminations. Aloka with 4 as well. Alongside here for Silent Lee's Salissa and Ananok for Titan Gaming. And Slime Machine, their Freeps with the 3 eliminations for themselves in our top 5 for our final Erangel match there on eliminations. Looking forward to seeing what, of course, Group B can bring. Hoping that we can see some just as heavy eliminations tomorrow in Group B in those teams, of which we will go through later. But for now, we're looking at Group A, and we're looking at the overall standings. And it is Taj who beat Sly Machine by 1 point. Heartbreak, you gotta think there for Sly. They were up against Taj and they just got pipped to the post by them. Major Pride as well. Unfortunate, they're in 10th position. But for our qualifiers, it is Galatasaray, O10 Esports, Titan Gaming, Demoerte, Silently Before You, Barca, and Taj Revenge. They will all be seen once again on Sunday as our top 8. They will all make it into the finals to compete for those $950 in those top 4 positions in the finals, and all of our UC, of course, for the rest of those 16 teams. And number 1 of our MVP race at the end of tonight for Group A will end up being Toffee there still with the 2,500 damage by the end of our 5 games, her 15 eliminations, and Nuke with those 15 eliminations as well, the 2,200 damage for Titan Gaming in second place. O10 Esports' Alina there in third for the MVP race with 2,200 almost damage and 10 eliminations. Galatasaray, Halal, Silent Lisa, Titan Gaming's Fudabar there in 4th, 5th and 6th position. O10 and Titan there in 7th and 8th. 9th as well for Milena. Serena and Akolka, of course, just above her. And there also Zeros for number 10 in that end of our top 10 MVP positions. And as we go to the head-to-head, you can see that it will be Toffee at the end of our final game, who will be equal with the eliminations, 15 to 15 after all 5 matches, 2500 to 2200. Of course, with Anuka just slightly behind her, and slightly more assists going towards Anuka, but more elimination contribution going towards Toffee here at the end of the group. So Toffee much more involved in terms of the overall eliminations, but the more help going towards the side of Anouk, who really was contributing to more assists for her team to get those elimination points. Of course, let us know who you think is your favorite coming into the end of the night. Who was your favorite team? Did you have a favorite player coming in the end? Did you have any standout moments? Could be the Seuss badge. You could just say the Seuss badge. That's a standout moment. Regardless, though, Galatasaray Esports and O10, they are also going to be our standout performers, our standout squads of the overall damage. 771. I'll just put it in single numbers because I can't speak anymore. And 7010 damage from O10 Esports is they will finish our 5 matches with the highest damage overall. Slightly more eliminations overall for Galatasaray, and the assists going towards tier O10. The throwables, though, that is where it's, of course, the most important stat out of all of these stats goes to Galatasaray just ever so slightly. It's been 5 games. It's been all of our Group A contenders. Of course, we've got a lot more favorites to come for Group B, and I'm looking forward to some of them, and I hope you are too. We'll have to find out who those teams are and who's going to look to compete against our first 8 qualifiers for Sunday's final. We'll see you here Saturday and Sunday. Myself will be here for both those days, where we get to see who will qualify and who will be our Lady Legends champion. Good night, everyone.
You could get anything you wanted. Yeah, I would have handed it all over, falling for you. Only the fall for you. Grace, I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. show.